Bit late. As soon as she rolls in here, well, we'll get cranked up. Ninth, and it's a little after 10 o'clock. And Sheriff, you want to lead us in the pledge, please?
Honored.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Sheriff. So, today's meeting is a work session, which I, for one, really like, because we can kind of kick back and talk about stuff, ask questions, and so hopefully we'll have some really good discussions today. So we'll kick it off with 2A under regular agenda items, and that is information discussion regarding the Gila County Industrial Development Authority's mission, vision, and future projects. And we have Mac. You're presenting, I guess, this morning, or Cliff? Which one?
Well,
both of you.
I'll start off.
Okay.
That's the historical perspective, if that's what you need.
Okay, come on up to the podium there, and we'll talk about the industrial development.
Okay. All right. what we had was just basically a report. The last time that we directly reported to this Board of Supervisors was 2 years ago, almost. And so since then, there's been significant reorganization of the board. You need that read into the record as to who we have, or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let's hear it all.
Mac Feasor, President. Joe Heatherly, Vice President. Bob Pastor, who is, I think, attending me telephonically, is our Treasurer Secretary. Cliff Potts is member. Tim Greer, member. Udon McSpadden, member. Jill Wilson, member. Jeanette Herrera, member. Shelby Borrowdale, member. And we've just selected a new executive director who's going to be a full-time staffer, and that's Lexi Nossi.
Okay.
She's replacing Sandy Palmer. First thing I want to say is thank you for getting us back up to full strength, because getting a quorum and meeting and doing business has been difficult because we all have other jobs, and getting a quorum together has been challenging, to say the least. This new board first met in December of 2022, and since then we've met 5 times, mainly to introduce ourselves to each other, and to go over the history of what we have been doing and what we want to do. In April, we had an all-day meeting down in Tonto Basin where we got together face-to-face and kind of did an analysis of the projects that we've had, what worked, what didn't work, what strengths we saw, what weaknesses we saw, opportunities and threats to those opportunities, and we tried to make assignments on that. With the current board, we have strengths, real good strengths in real estate, contracting, insurance, project management, and technology. So pretty good understanding of that. And these ideas cover a lot of what can be done in Gila County. I don't know if everybody's familiar with the term limiting factor, but it's that which is necessary for growth that is in the shortest supply is what limits your growth. And for a plant, that might be water or soil conditions or sunlight. In our conditions, it's infrastructure, technology, such as up in northern Gila County, we were really limited for years with a shortage of broadband. It went out, it was low capability, we worked long and hard on that. And that was actually one of the projects that the IDA undertook, was to help with a broadband consortium to bring additional sources of broadband into the area, which was successful with Sparklight, and now we have others coming in. We're still supporting that effort, but now through a more localized channel called Digital Pace and Working Group, which also extends through the entire northern area, and we're touching on stuff that goes down as far as the Tonto Basin and Young, not so much down in the south here, but we are available. The E-rate program kind of fed off of that, and we were part of that, and happy to do so. Weaknesses that we really saw was the lack of a full-time staffer to keep track of things and keep things moving, which we have addressed. We went out and advertised for what we needed and received 4 applicants, and we had a subcommittee interview, and we approved Lexi, and this last meeting we unanimously agreed to employ her. And she will be not an employee, but a contractor, so that we don't have to deal with all the employee issues. Sandy was an employee, and that got us tangled up with some of the tax stuff, so we're avoiding that this time around.
So, Mac, hang on a minute. I'm gonna do something a little different in this work session. So if either one of you have questions as we're going along through here, for Mac or whoever's presenting, ask them. It's, the thing I like about work sessions is we're not as formal as we are on a normal meeting. So that's the beauty of this. So I do have a question for, as far as Lexi's is concerned. Where's her office, or where's your office going to be?
That is to be determined right now. She will set up her office down here somewhere, probably working out of her house, which is okay. We do not have a permanent office. There is no location. It was previously in Fred Barcone's construction office.
Right.
We've pulled all the records out of there. Right now, all of the records and stuff that were there are in Payson. We've got a project going on to digitize all of that stuff so that it's searchable. We pulled 20 boxes, the banker boxes, of paper files.
Good.
And we're digitizing all of that stuff.
Good.
And making it searchable.
Yeah. Cool.
So she's welcome to locate up there, but I think she lives down here and would prefer not to have to travel up to Payson.
Well, I'm just curious if you guys were gonna actually have a physical office or just, you know, work from home. A lot of people are working from home these days because of the internet.
I
and
believe it'll
whatnot.
be virtual until such time as we need a business office. We just didn't see the expense being worth it.
Sure. Okay.
We're willing to take suggestions on that if that's something we need.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I believe that the hope or the anticipation is that the Michelson building downtown,
Oh, yeah.
once that's remodeled, that's the perfect spot. It's that facility that is county owned will be used for entrepreneurs, for small businesses, to strengthen support of the Small Business Administration. Tends to have an office in there, City of Globe and Resolution and others that will be housing just single offices in that location with the intent of supporting, strengthening, and giving to the local economy, to local businesses. So Industrial Development Authority would have a natural fit there. And in speaking to putting that together, there's to be a spot reserved for the Industrial Development Authority. Of course, that may be another 6-9 months before that is completely remodeled. I haven't gone by to see the roof, but the roof was being put on, and that should be on and in place now. So we're making progress, and we're working with the City of Globe for that remodel.
Yeah, good. Good deal.
But that hope and the intent.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, could I also ask if Mac, if Lexi was here, could you indicate her?
Good morning, I'm Lexi Nosey, the new executive director of IE.
Congratulations. Yeah. I think.
Yeah.
That's yet to be determined. She's enthusiastic though.
So, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I have a question. Is Lexi in charge of doing the digitizing of those records?
No. Right now, they're in the Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Advantage Realty, that's the full title, office in Payson. And Tori Martinez has been contracted to do that. She's our office admin. We didn't have Lexi on board yet.
Okay, but should Lexi kind of oversee what she thinks needs to be on record or not? I mean, because those records go back a long time, and I don't know that all of it would be necessary to have available, would it?
The way the boxes were put together, everything is mixed. We're taking everything. And when it's done, we'll index everything to where it's searchable.
How do you feel about that, Lexi?
From my understanding, the person.
Would you mind coming up so that they can get you on the record? Like I say, this is open, so, and anybody's got any questions, please.
I have attended one board meeting where they did vote me in. My name is Lexi Nosey, for those that may not have heard. From my understanding, the person they're contracting with is digitizing everything as far as who is going to sort it and all that. As far that has, I don't have the answer to that,
would be me.
Mr. Okay.
Oh, okay, so I think she ought to be a part of that.
Certainly.
Okay, yeah, other than, you know, just like everything, maybe she could be helpful on what might help her be able to go forward.
We started this project knowing what equipment that Tori had available to her and the capabilities, and we didn't know that Lexi would be in this position that she's in right now.
Okay,
So we're already engaged in this.
okay, okay. And so, okay, yeah, so in a meeting, you can discuss it further now that you have Lexi available, whereas before
Yes.
you didn't, that she can maybe play a bigger part in this, and maybe the board can see where they want to go and what they want. with the old files going forward.
So,
Yeah.
so Mac, I got another question for you, I guess. But if you don't, how often do you have somebody that just would walk into an office to talk to like Lexi on projects or something like that? Or has that always been dealt through, you know, appointments or whatever?
Previously, Sandy dealt with all of that, and she's the one that put the files together over at Fred's office. Like I say, when they were retrieved from Fred's office,
Uh-huh.
the folks that went over and did that just put everything in boxes and brought it over. So we're going box by box.
Okay,
If we wanted to search out a particular project and all the history, we'd have to go through 20 boxes.
right.
So,
But what I was kind of getting at is not, if you don't have a physical office space, I mean, how often would it be somebody calls up Lexi and wants to walk in and talk about a project or a bonding issue or something like that? I mean, how often do you get the off-the-street visitors for IDA or in the past?
not very often that I am aware of. It has typically been, they would contact us through the website. There's email and phone on the website, and say, we're interested in this. One of the cross-functional things that we did with the Discover Gila County is there's, you know, a jobs board, real estate, and there's a link that said, oh, if you came and visited and you want to start a business here, here's the IDA. And we have a page on the Discover Gila County, and if you ask any further information, it takes you to the IDA website, and they can contact us through there. And we've received a couple of email inquiries, which we have answered through that.
Good.
And so we had to peel everything off of what had been going to an old laptop, and to basically to something that Sandy controlled, and we moved it to a new website, new email address. Everything is switched over. Not that we have any complaints about Sandy doing something, but we just didn't want the accusation to be there that, oh, she's peeking in it, because she now works at a company that does consulting for some of the projects that we do, and we just didn't want her in that position.
Sure.
Just one more, and about how long do you think it'll take you to digitize those boxes?
We've been on it for a couple of weeks now, and understand this is not her full-time job. She's doing this in between things, but we've got about 3 out of 20 done so far. And I'm going to start indexing. She just cut me a copy of the database. I'm going to start indexing on that and make sure that we can go through in recovery. But as much as possible, we're also doing OCR, which is optical character recognition, so that if the title of the project isn't sufficient, but we're looking for someone's name in it, that we'll have that. Your records that you keep here are all digitized and searchable in that fashion. And we want to move ourselves to the same level of professionalism as Gila County. And heretofore, that has not been possible.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm done. Thank you, man.
I wanted to put your presentation, Mac. We'll have more questions unless that was kind of where you're at, or.
Well, we were just going to talk about the things that were going. One of them was doing the digitizing, which has been addressed. And the other is, you know, we already talked about the broadband consortium and the fact that tourism is a big thing. And we've already brought up Discover Gila County.
So
That was something that the Industrial Development Authority got some grants to do some publications, printed publications that covered pamphlets that were distributed to cover tourism in the South. And then the follow-up to that was a second round of publications to include some from further north, and it came with a component that we needed to do a website. We needed to do digital. And when we examined that, we said, this is something that can't be grant funded and started and stopped and started and stopped. It's something that requires a continuous stream. And so we put together a committee and went out for requests for quotes from our proposals from various vendors. We had 4 that showed up. One that said, oh, if I'm competing, I'm not doing it. And the other 3 came in there that the winner, obviously, was Razor Thin Media. And they came and made a presentation to Mr. Menlove and Jackie Sanders about what we needed. And it was decided that it was worthy of presenting to the board for request for funding. And you know what you've got now is eight some odd major awards in the 4 or 5 years that you've been in operation, and tremendous amounts of traffic and growth. But it was spun off from the IDA because that's a full-time job. We are a conduit, we get things started, we get it running, but we're not the ones to run the entire effort. It is being developed, maintained, enhanced, and constantly updated by Razor Thin Media.
Right.
And they're doing a bang-up job.
They are. And so, you know, with the website and everything that's been happening in the past behind us, what do we got that we're looking at for the future? How are you guys gonna go about getting some projects going in the future?
That's actually going to be one of the tasks that we're setting for Lexi. We want to look for some grants. We have been talking with Michael O'Driscoll on a project in the Tri-Cities area where they're doing some updates on the facilities there, some of the housing for when they finish the Tri-City Regional Sanitary District, of people being able to upgrade to that. That's been discussed. We've had a couple of meetings and discussions with that, and it's on hold while we're waiting for the funding for that one to come through. But that's on our table. We're looking for things that we can do where we can leverage the experience we have with the board and projects, low-income housing. When we talk about those limiting factors, if you have jobs available but nobody to fill the jobs, you can't make progress. If you have people that are coming in, when I first moved to Payson, one of the big contingents there was getting people a place to live who are coming there to work that weren't retirees with independent resources. If they're going to live there and go to school there, you have to have these resources for them. And we're looking at how to do that. And that will be one of the projects we want to focus on.
So low-income housing is a big issue.
Yes, north and south.
North and south, it doesn't matter, countywide.
Yes.
Having a place to live is a big issue. What we were used to in the past as far as like rental availabilities are no longer out there because of the short-term rental housing push.
Trust me,
So-
as a realtor, when I have somebody call up and say, I'm looking for a place to rent, I wish them well.
Yeah, exactly.
We deal with property management companies and we tell them, said, get on the list.
Yeah.
And you're gonna wait for somebody to move out or move up or a new property to come online, because everything in Payson area where I work, everything is done. I had somebody said, I've got a job there, I just need a place to stay, and I had to tell him that I don't see it, and we helped him look for a week. He and his family looked, and they could not find a spot.
Right. And so, Lexi, you want to answer some more questions? They'll be easy for you.
Do my best.
So you grew up around here.
I did.
So what can we do around Globe in the southern part of Gila County?
As far as I've been fortunate enough to work in my past position through, it was called EHEC, in the northern and southern areas of Gila County, including Payson, Globe, Miami, San Carlos, Hayden, Winkleman. I'm a parent. I have 3 children who are in school. One just graduated, or two, well, I have 2 now that have graduated. I see, as a parent, I see there's not enough opportunity for youth in any of our areas as far as what to do. I appreciate the pool. We know that has limited hours now that, you know, even the lifeguards are back in school, things like that. Obviously, as we drive around, we see a lot of vacant buildings, areas that, you know, we would love to bring businesses into, and hopefully we can find people that are wanting to come in, but just giving them the opportunity and helping them, you know, down the line to get to that spot. I know a lot of times our buildings are dilapidated. They have a lot of work to do. getting the grants, the funding, the bonds together so that it hopefully makes it a little bit easier for them to get in here. Housing is a huge issue for everybody. Same thing. My past position, we would bring in healthcare workers on a short-term basis from weeks to months, and housing was a huge issue with them as well. So, and I also see the healthcare need. We want our homegrown kids to grow up, go get their education, and come back here. So whether it's northern or southern Gila County, so we have a lot of work to do. I'm looking forward. This is my first, I would say, official meeting as the executive director. So I haven't been able to meet yet with all of our board members, and then just to discuss. For me, it's to discuss with them what maybe lingering projects or things that have been left, because I know this position has been open for about a year and a half. So we have a lot of catching up to do, kind of see where we're at and what our most important projects are going forward in the near future, and then looking more at long term.
So Lexi, obviously on some projects you'll be working to some extent with us, but also the town councils, Payson and Globe. And you even have Hayden and Winkleman
Right.
as well, Superior included. And so I guess I would assume that you're gonna be making the rounds and talking to these council members and
Correct.
attending council meetings
Yes.
and stuff like that to see
Yes.
what, hopefully they have some goals to maybe bring in some businesses and things like that. I look at Globe, and I was born here and been around here all my life, but Globe seems to just be setting here. And the elevation is perfect, and we have a lot of people coming through, but it doesn't seem like we have much as far as business-wise. I mean, we have less now than we did when I was a kid. Downtown Globe was really active when I was a kid. A lot of that has to do with you can order everything in the world on internet now. I get it, but it'd be nice to see some businesses, like maybe a Home Depot or whatever it is that would look at coming in here. So these are things I guess that you're gonna be kind of exploring. Is that right?
Absolutely, with the help of the board and the astronomical amount of knowledge that they have coming from their professions, I look forward to where we can tap into who they know that can help us get going on these things, but also we see a huge difference with southern Gila County and the businesses that come in here versus northern Gila County, and they're the bigger businesses, like the Home Depot, for example. So maybe trying to understand or fill that gap as to why it works there versus here, what we can do different here. Just looking forward to how to work with people to find the gaps that we're missing and to fill those somehow. I don't see that being a short-term project. Obviously, it's something that is ongoing, and it's something that we are going to need a lot of help with with Gila County, with the cities and towns. But I do believe they have a lot of knowledge of what they're missing in their vicinity, and maybe seeing where the IDA and the county can fill in those voids. So we definitely want to look towards what we can bring in and how we can sustain it for long term.
Cool. Tim, Steve?
Oh, I've got a whole bunch of stuff, but I'll wait or we're never gonna get through the presentation. But, the low-income housing was brought up, and then no place for people who work. There's a big difference between affordable living and low-income housing. We have a lot of low-income housing, but if you have a job, you can't live there. So we need to look for affordable living, not low income. We've got City of Globe's putting up a whole bunch of more low
Right.
income. We need to be able to have people that have a job, a place to live.
And
Anyway, that's okay.
Yeah.
That was just a statement. You don't have to answer it. But anyway, I'm done for now. Thank you.
So I can give a good example of like workers not being able to find a place to live. When I was talking to the district ranger in Payson, Payson's tough. Property prices are high, as you all well know, and rentals aren't available. He's got like 15 firefighters camped out at Indian Gardens and Coles Ranch because they cannot find a place to live in Payson. And that kind of amazes me sometimes until you really dive into it and look at the short-term rental stuff. The other issue that I have, or that I don't have, but I get thrown at me constantly, is when you talk about low-income housing, first thing I get from people in a lot of my meetings is not in my backyard. And that makes it tough, makes it very tough. I don't know that that's, you know, correct to vision it that way, but that's what I get. And so I see big challenges there. And I kind of wonder at things, you know, and I'd like to see more businesses move into this southern part and be established here. But everywhere I look, there's help wanted signs, people looking for people to work, and there's nobody who wants to work. So that's the other side of that too. And so I think you're gonna have a real challenging job, interesting job,
I
but real
agree.
challenging, yeah, so.
That was one of the reasons that the Discover Gila County Jobs Board
Mhm.
was put together during the pandemic. People were getting half-time and quarter-time jobs, and they put that in there so that they could stack up some of these jobs and fill it.
Mhm.
There's actually a member of our board at the time that wanted that. She ran a restaurant bar and said, I can't get people to come back to work. Or if I get
Right.
them, I can only employ them this much. And so we put that job sharing board on there, and it's fairly well used. People
Right.
post there. That's how we found her.
So are you up for more questions, or you wanna dive
Absolutely.
back? Okay.
Absolutely.
Explain to everybody your bonding, the way you bond projects and lend money or whatever you do. Cause there's a lot of people on YouTube right now that are listening that doesn't understand. Before you do that, I will throw one more thing out there. As us three supervisors, for those of you that don't know, each one of us have members on this IDA board that we
Right.
appoint individually. And that's the way the board is made up, and I'm really proud of all the members that are on there. You got a good team sitting there, and I'm pretty excited about that. But go ahead and explain some of those processes, Mac,
Well,
if you would, please.
for the general theory, I can tell you, but for actual experience having done it, I'd like to call Cliff up here. He is our, what do you call it, historical artifact? As the longest serving member of the board.
Thanks. I just have to echo some of Mac's comments, and I appreciate your comments as to, I was reappointed just recently by Supervisor Christensen, and it's an honor for me to serve on the board. I think I've served on it since about 2011. I served with Supervisor Humphrey on this board, and appreciate the experience that you brought to it and what we've been able to accomplish. I know we're talking about bonding, and our board was established in 1972 under relatively new federal legislation at the time that allowed the development of industrial authorities. And we're here to support the economic development organization of the community, and we have our funding comes from issuing bonds, and that when you issue a multi-million-dollar bond, there's a little bit of a premium that is charged by the Industrial Development Authority for their role in usually being a conduit of between the bond buyers, and we issue the bonds, but the responsibility or the payment comes from the applicant, the developer, whether it's the industry, whether it's the housing developer, or the revenue that's produced by the project that's anticipated from the bonding. And the nice thing about that is that the local governments are not responsible for the payment of the bonds, and you're specifically relieved by statute. So our primary role is to be a conduit, and that's where our existing treasuries come from, is an ASARCO bond from many years back of over $50 million, and that's the funding that we're using to operate. And that's why we were able to get Lexi on board with us, and we've, as pointed out, we've been without a director for a year and a half, and that's really allowed some of the projects that we had in the pipeline to drop. I appreciated your comment about the downtown Globe. We have been diligently involved in the brownfields projects with the USDA obtaining grants there to quantify, analyze, and hopefully remediate some of the issues with prior service stations and things of that nature that left behind areas that needed to be cleaned up. And just to skip over to the affordable housing issue, it is critical. We do have a role that we can play there on bonding, in that we have the capacity or the ability to issue both single-family housing bonds as well as the multi-family housing. And we do recognize the difference between low-income housing and workforce housing. And workforce housing is just absolutely critical, and I appreciated your comment, Supervisor Humphrey, that people that are in the low-income strata, they're almost trapped there, because if they work, they lose their health benefits, their housing benefits, and so many others. And so it creates a situation where those people can't even enter the workforce, and or they lose their living. And that's a broader issue that our IDA doesn't have the capacity to solve, but a lot of the multifamily housing projects that we're able to issue bonds for, if we had the expertise, and this goes to, I was really excited to hear about the potential for an office, because with Lexi, while we haven't needed an office for a couple years because we didn't have the people, in real estate, you make your work, and you grow into your work, and that's why we're excited about having a new executive director, is that we're anticipating that work to be made. We're going to grow into it, and with an opportunity like having an office, it helps with the workplace, the presence in the community, as well as having a place to meet clientele. And so we have that capacity. We do have to get the approval of any of the local entities where we do issue bonds for multi-housing or even single-family housing. But then in addition to that, we have to get the notification and approval of the Arizona Finance Authority. And they've taken over the role of the Arizona Housing Finance Authority, where my experience in bonding came from, because we issued bonds for all of rural Arizona for single-family residential housing. And then we also did participate to a great deal in multifamily housing, both on the Navajo Reservation down in Nogales. We did a $30 million project, and quite a few others. So that is a very involved process. You do need good legal counsel. We have counsel with us, counsel Kutak Rock, who is also the legal counsel, the bond counsel for the Arizona Finance Authority. And quite often, they may even pick up the banner for us and run the housing bond. I mean, that's what the Finance Authority did years ago in Nogales, and it's what we did up on the Navajo Reservation in Tuba City. So there's great outreach opportunities for us in the bonding, but we may not have to engage in that expertise if we can get the state to help us out. And that's how we as the IDA want to operate, is we like to be conveners. And you've heard Mac talk about some of the projects that we've convened and have produced great results. And that's what we celebrate, is we don't need to be the one out there doing it, but now that we have somebody that can do it, we are in that role that we can carry through on a lot of these projects. We just don't have to step back and let somebody else carry the water.
So on these bonds, if you issue a bond, then you guys as the industrial authority are able to collect a percentage of that bond for your administrative part of it. So that kind of helps with your, with Lexi or whoever else it is in there, so people understand that as well.
We need to do that for our organization. We do usually on some of these grants, the USDA grants, the brownfields grants and those things, we were able to get an administrative stipend, and that helped us keep the wheels rolling, and that's what we're expecting from Lexi also, is to help us with the big projects, and that's what we do. But from day to day, we still have to have those other grants that we can facilitate. And I mean, the idea is to bring money into the county, and we are county-wide.
Right. So, Cliff, with your expertise and everything, when, you know, housing is one thing, whether it's workforce housing or low-income housing, what about businesses? What do you think?
That's what the Industrial Development Authority is. We have some limited capacity, but if there were a business that, and to do a bond, just the expense of doing a bond, you're usually looking at a very large issue. You know, when I was on the Housing Finance Authority 20 years ago, we needed to do at least $10 million to pay the overhead of creating that bond with the override that the Finance Authority got, the bond counsel. You have to use 3 different legal firms to do one bond issue, plus then your developer or applicant has their legal staff. It gets very involved and very expensive. We did have an opportunity to participate in the Cobra Valley Regional Medical Center, and they tried to work with us, and we just weren't quite there with with having competent, I mean, they were competent, but we didn't have the expert legal staff on board. And they were able to get their bonding through the Hospital Finance Authority, because there's a lot of other bond source entities out there besides just the Industrial Development Authorities. But we're up, running, and we want to be active, and we'd be very excited to undertake a project of the type. And if we had a business that was looking to do a $10 million or $20 million investment in the county, we would be a natural conduit for that.
Sure.
And so that's pretty. I was supposed to give a history. Mac did a pretty good job of some of our accomplishments, so there's no sense in going into the history of it, because really and truly we are looking towards the future. And I just have to tell you, I mean, just getting acquainted with the new board members, I think we've got a pretty bright future going forward, and we do want, we're committed. I'm not speaking for the board collectively, but I think, I don't think they'll argue with me when I say we want to support the county in the economic development efforts going forward.
Tim, Steve, got anything?
I would just like to say I really appreciate you guys, the presentation, the challenges that you face, and the attitude you're taking toward that to try and really make a difference. So I've met everyone, I think, and so it's great to have you guys. I think it's really needed, so appreciate that.
As we go forward, you know, I mean, we want to work with the county, and it's by working together that we can make something happen, and then also that's by us being able to administer projects is how we can maintain our organization moving forward financially too.
Well, and I would personally say that if you want to keep in contact with Mr. Menlove, as far as if you need office space in Globe or Payson or both, maybe some of that would come up at some point. Okay.
Well, and we are anticipating we are going to need that. This was just absolutely news to me what Mr. Menlove mentioned this morning, but I can see in 6 to 9 months with the energy that we're investing, we'll be in that position to need that space.
Thank you guys. But yeah, kind of, I'm the one that asked for this work session, and the reason being is I wanted to get everybody on the same page. We have some new members with the Industrial Development Authority. We have some new members on the Board of Supervisors, and I wanted to. I'd have had this earlier, but Mr. Menlove had an issue that I was waiting for him to get back, and the reason being is because there's a lot of finance things that perhaps the county can help. the IDA with. And I want everybody to know that. That's why I invited the members. And members, thank you for being here, because if you have questions as well of the Board of Supervisors, or kind of where you're at with the Industrial Development Authority, or where you want to go, this is the time to do it, because I don't want it to be a dictatorship from the IDA or from the Board of Supervisors, because together everybody achieves more. And so I called this so that everybody can get on the same page. And I want to give Mr. Minlove, our county manager, who is a proficient professional at finances. He's been in it his whole career. And so I want him to input with you guys and with the new executive director for, like I say, to get everybody on the same page, and to know that you can pick up a phone and call Mr. Minlove or I. I want to be copied on emails from the IDA amongst the members and things. I want to know of the meetings, because I feel like the last year or so, the gears just aren't all working together. We've got a vehicle there, and we've got 3 tires off, and some of the pistons aren't working, and that's okay. We can fix that, but we all got to work together to fix that, and we all got to get on the same page, knowing that we're kind of going the same direction. And that's why I called this meeting, to kind of open that can of worms and say, okay, how can I help you as a supervisor? How can the county help you from a financial view? And Mr. Minlove will give that. But the Industrial Development Authority works in cooperation with the county. Well, I kind of haven't felt like we've been in cooperation, and I want to get there. I really do. I want to be in cooperation. I want to help with projects going forward. I want to be in the loop of what's going on and how I can help. And yeah, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Minlove could have a minute to kind of, because I let him know, because I wanted him to help with some of the finance experience, and maybe we're able to do some things. Cliff, you've been on it for a long time, that even you weren't aware that we can help you with. And I want the board members to know that, and just get everybody's mind kind of going on the same page. And like I say, I was on the Industrial Development Authority before as a supervisor, and I remember when we presented Discover Gila County to the board prior, and kind of didn't get any response out of it. So I'm glad that changed, because it's been great for the county during COVID. When everybody's tax revenues were going down, ours was going up, because everybody was coming here to enjoy Gila County, and they did discover it, and that was a great thing.
There was a presentation that Mr. Menlove did at a Chamber of Commerce meeting up north. The Payson Roundup had a thing says that our tourism revenue was up where everybody else was dropping, and we don't know why. He ran that as one of his slides and says, but we know why. And then he brought up the homepage of Discover Gila County. And it is because of the foresight of this group to realize that business, tourism, is a business. That if you organized it and you funded this development, that it would go, and there are great things. Speaking as having some inside knowledge of what goes on in Discover Gila County, there's some even bigger things coming.
Okay, well, I'm glad you agree with me, but the reason I brought up the Discover Gila County is I want the IDA to be as successful as Discover Gila County is. And so that's why I kind of brought this meeting together, and right now in my conversation, that's why I brought that up.
Okay.
Is I would love the Industrial Development Authority to be as successful as Discover Gila County is, and anything I can do to help that. And so, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, if Mr. Minlove could kind of do some finances and maybe how we can help with you being successful.
Okay, you want me to sit down and just listen, or?
Let's stay there, Mac.
Okay.
I have more questions for you.
Well,
Okay.
if you wanna pull up a chair, go ahead. No, it doesn't matter. You can sit, you can do whatever, because I don't know what Mr. Minlove, I can see a lot of paperwork on the desk over there.
I think
So,
I'll go
so
sit
how
down
long,
for that.
how
I'll come
long
back
he,
after the
yeah,
meeting.
if we have any question, you can return to the podium, but yeah, if you don't mind, I would like, Mr. Minlove to maybe give some financial help or information to the Industrial Development Authority now that we're trying to get everybody on the same page. So, Mr. Minlove, if you would please.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Humphrey, thank you for a few minutes. The Industrial Development Authority, created by Gila County, and is, as you've mentioned, as you brought forward, that it is in conjunction with Gila County. That as you go through the statutes, there are numerous ways that the Industrial Development Authority can be involved in economic development through financing of a myriad of different applications, through healthcare, through education, through housing. Housing is mentioned throughout the statutes that govern the Industrial Development Authority, and you've already brought that up. One of the things that are unique with the Industrial Development Authority, that the limitations and constraints that we have on us as a county government, the Industrial Development Authority, those rules are not as strict. Meaning that an Industrial Development Authority, that they can buy properties or develop, as they call it, a project throughout the statutes, that the Industrial Development Authority could develop a housing project, and that the Industrial Development Authority can actually sell those properties or lease properties. So the Industrial Development Authority can be an owner of a single-family dwelling, multi-family dwelling, whatever it might be. The Industrial Development Authority can be the owner of such properties and to lease those properties. County government cannot. Now, the Industrial Development Authority is an incorporated government, meaning that they are a governmental entity and they are a part of Gila County. One of the things that they do have, that some of the procurement rules that we have as a county government, because I know that we've had to deal with those, and some of the limitations are just stifling that we have on us as county government. Those rules are somewhat relaxed, and in fact, there's one statement in a statute that the procurement rules that we have do not apply to the Industrial Development Authority. Now, there are certain limitations, there are certain things that all government entities have to comply with, but there are some procurement laws and rules that the Industrial Development Authority is not as limited as we are. And so there are things that we collectively as a Industrial Development Authority and county government, by working hand in hand with the Industrial Development Authority, that we can accomplish. One of those in particular, housing, and that's a significant issue that we have had for a number of years. It's even been exacerbated over the last few years because of COVID and the limitations that housing brought to not only everyone, but particularly to rural Arizona and Gila County. Now, I've had a conversation with Patty Power yesterday and expressed to her that housing has got to be elevated to one of the highest issues, the highest priorities that we have in Gila County. And so I've asked her that we have got to jump in head first, feet first, every way that we can to housing. And so I've asked her to give us and do whatever research. There's money that's available. There's broadband money. There's infrastructure money for highways and streets. There's all kinds of money, but there's also money for housing. And we have got to take advantage of that. So I'm thrilled, Lexi, to have you as another tool that we can work with hand in hand at Gila County on the housing. But I've asked Patty to give us any information, anything that we can be able to expand our ability to utilize the funding and to be able to, as a governmental entity, to be able to influence, to be able to expand, to be able to grow and develop the housing that we have available here in Gila County. So industrial development authorities, as you've noted, that they are set up for financing to sell bonds and do other things like that. But there's not just bonds, there's the statutes describe any number of different methods, any different vehicles that can be used to develop financing, develop projects, and do those things. So through banks, financial institutions, through bonds, you name it, whatever it is, it's available to an industrial development authority to look at all those opportunities for financing, and look forward to working with the industrial development authority to work on that and help us all to grow.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, and just, Mr. Minla brought up Patty Powers. That's our lobbyist in Washington. So that's, you know, for those of you that didn't know, she's not a little genie that we just call on once in a while. She's our lobbyist in Washington that helps us look for grants. And so, yeah. And so that we can help them through grants and things of that nature with financing to help them, because I understand that they're working on money that they've had for a long time, but it's running out. And so, you know, we need to try to help, I think, to work with them to help them regain some of that and grow from it.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Humphrey, I know that this board supports the Industrial Development Authority, and for the first time in what was, it appears there's a specific direction that the Industrial Development Authority is pointing to. And I know with that, and working closely with the Gila County Board of Supervisors, that we will work hand in hand and be supportive of the Industrial Development Authority going forward. I will ask, Mr. Chairman, that in the past I've tried to get involved, and I would have Sherry, when's the next Industrial Development Authority meeting? That every time it was the Industrial Development Authority board, that their meetings have been scheduled when this board is meeting, and things like that. So I would ask that the Industrial Development Authority, Lexi, works with us so that we can have more participation in those board meetings. They are a government entity. They are public meetings. They're required to post agendas and required to reporting the things that they've talked about in digitizing, all of that being made available for the public because they are a governmental entity. But just would ask that the Industrial Development Authority Board hold meetings, and we will work with them to schedule meetings so that we can be more active participants in the events and be more supportive in that way. If we don't know what's going on and can't attend meetings, it makes it very difficult for us to be fully engaged and involved in the IDA. So I'd ask that.
Yeah, I think that's a cool deal. So one thing I would throw out there right now is if they change their meetings to off meetings of us, there's still a lot of times when I can see none of us being able to make it and stuff. So are you going to be the one to bridge that between you and Lexi to keep those communications?
Before we let anybody out, I'm going to ask Sherry to get all the contact information of Lexi, and that we can get together real soon and make sure that we're on the same page. And if they are going to hold quarterly meetings, that they go on our calendars, on all of our calendars.
So backing up a little bit, back to the grants, and you talking to Patty about that. I'm sure there's grants out there at the federal level, but when you're specifically looking at something like that, are you thinking that maybe we help them apply for the grants, or that we apply for it and pass it on to them, or what was your thoughts?
It would, Mr. Chairman, it would depend on what is most advantageous, because sometimes there will be an advantage to having the county do the application, and many times it's would be advantageous for the IDA to apply for the grants. And as has been mentioned, there's an administrative fee that helps to fund and finance the IDA. But we just look for what the greatest advantage is.
Okay. Anything else, Tim?
Mr. Chair, if I may, does any of the members of the Industrial Development Authority have any questions, either out there in computer land or here in the building? I mean, if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask them, and if everyone's shy and doesn't want to ask any questions, you're welcome to call me at any time and ask that question. I'll get the answer that I can for you, and I want to participate in the meetings. So if the board has questions of what we can do, or help with some of our grant writers, or just everyday operations. I want to be more involved. I was on the Industrial Development Authority, and I want to be a big part of it. And like I say, I'd like to see it be as successful as Discover Gila County is. So if anyone has any questions, Jill, please. Mr. Chair, thanks.
You're welcome.
Supervisors, thank you. I'm Jill Wilson. I'm a member of the IDA board. I don't really have a question. I just have a statement. I'm very, very thankful that we've had this. I've served for 2 years, and I felt like we were going nowhere fast. And I really feel like now we finally have a direction, and we have some good people in place. We have a full board, and I'm very appreciative because I do feel like we're not just spinning our wheels. So I just wanted to say thank you for your help and your assistance, and I'm really excited to have Lexi. So it was just a thank you.
Yeah.
So Jill, before you go, I
Uh-huh.
mean, you've been here your whole life, so I'm sure you have some ideas for opportunities for Gila County. Cool.
Yeah, we've brainstormed on some of our meetings, and you know, just picking what would probably be the most feasible and the quickest success, I think, would be good. But yeah, we're still brainstorming for sure.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad to have you all. That's
Thank you.
for sure. So looking forward to it. Steve, do you have anything?
I do not. Thanks for coming, though. I really appreciate it.
James, you good?
I'll make one more comment, I guess. There are 2 projects that I would like to throw our way and with the Industrial Development Authority for consideration that we do own property in Payson on 260. Long been a thought, an idea, a plan to use that property that the county owns as developing housing. And also we are continuing to work with adding property out by the fairgrounds in Globe, that adding 280 acres, 280 I think, that is potentially a thought, this idea that we can utilize that property out by the fairgrounds for housing units as well. So they'll put those 2 projects on the IDA's radar and ours as well, that we need to continue and pursue those actively.
I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to, but I figured Jessica was going to shoot me down, so I didn't do it. But since you opened that door,
Can of worms.
we have other properties as well, so maybe there's other opportunities out there too. I don't know, but just throw that out there. I think we have like 100 and some properties. Marion,
We've got a list of properties that
if they're any good.
that they're working
Yeah.
on to see if we own. But good or not good, something still has to be done with them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if it's not for housing, storage, or something,
Oh,
so that's something that we could work with the IDA on too, on properties that we ended up owning. And so they need a home, and we'd like to get them a home other than with us.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question. There was a comment made that that something wasn't Lexi's full-time job. Is this a full-time job? The IDA is a full-time job for you. Oh, good. Okay.
well, good deal. I really thank you all for being here, and I really appreciate the conversation. It is good, and I think a lot of people got some good facts out of this today. So, you got something else?
No, I'm good, and if you don't have my number, my assistant is right here. Christine, be sure you get her information or mine on the way out, and let's stay in touch. Let's get this rolling. Thank you all very much.
And you know Sharon? Yes. Okay. I figured you did.
All right. Are we good in Payson? Is there anyone in Payson that have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, thanks. All right, you guys. Well, thanks so much, and I'm sure we'll all be in touch and see you around somewhere along the way. All right, moving on to 2B, information discussion regarding post-fire flood mitigation projects funded through HB 2001. Carl? We actually have Carl Melford, Carol Patak, and Jane Hill.
Hi, good morning, Chairman, members of the board. In typical emergency management fashion, I have a big, beautiful designed layout and plan here for this presentation, and we are going to deviate from it entirely. So one of our speakers that we were saving for the end, she actually has an appointment that she needs to make it to, so we're gonna let her kind of kick off our presentation. So Carol Patak's gonna come up and kind of talk about how this post-fire flood mitigation money has helped her and her property.
Sure. Come on up, Carol.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, I apologize. Before we knew about this, we had another appointment that's taken us months to get. I'm Carol Patak. I'm one of the ranchers. My husband is in the back there. We have Griffin Ranch. We're in El Capitan. I think our story is probably pretty well known here in Gila County, thanks to Facebook. June 14th, we were burned out by the firefighter backburn that was lit to try to save the towers at on Signal Peak, and it got out of control across 77 and burned out us and many of our neighbors. We lost 14 homes in El Capitan. That was bad enough. We invited our federal senator to come see us on June 12th because we understood that he was out to see the fire, and of course he never showed up. He went for the photo op up at Incident Command. We got the go order at 5:38 in the morning on June 14th, and by 7:15 the western side of our ranch was already gone. We got out with about 20 seconds to spare. Fire on our tail. We were forced to leave all of our cattle behind because all of our rescue trailers were up here sitting at the intersection of 70 and 77. They were not allowed through because there was fire on both sides. The first trailer did get through, and they ended up having to pop a U-turn in the middle of flames to get out of there. And some of you know the gentleman. We were just totally amazed at how many ranchers showed up to help us, and they never got through. So we were forced to leave without our cattle, without our horses. We basically got out with the clothes on our back and a whole load of hay because we had expected to be able to evacuate the animals. We were allowed to return on June 18th, and we discovered we still had a home, we had a barn. All of our buildings were there, all of our cattle were there, all of our horses were there, and we thought we were the most blessed people on the face of the planet. And we thought, wow, okay, we've lost our perimeter because we actually took fire 4 times. June 14th, we took it in the morning from the west. The fire swung around to the north. It took out our northern border, which we share with the Tano National Forest. That night, the fire swung around in a fire tornado, what they call it, and it took out all of Reed's Creek to our south. Fire came over our southern border. The next morning, the wind shifted, and for the first time, instead of blowing from west to east, it picked up east to west, picked up the flames that were still, that had burned out 14 family homes in Ranch Creek, and came up and hit our ranch from the east side and got within 100 feet of where the cattle were. But we thought, okay, we lost our perimeter, we're okay. You know, we're ranchers, we're tough, we're gonna rebuild and put our fences back up, and away we go. And we were able to get a load of hay in pretty quick, and we thought we were doing great until the night of July 3rd. And on July 3rd, the El Capitan community got together to find out what we needed to help each other. This has always been people helping people. And at this point, we had not seen any help. There was no help, there was no funding, there was nothing. We had nothing. We just knew that we needed to get fencing up. And so we went to dinner, big community party on July 3rd, and all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. We had a huge storm that came in over East Mountain, and it just started throwing buckets at us. We left. By the time we got to the 77 interchange, the wash where we had just left was already flowing 4 feet deep. And so we scooted home real fast, not realizing what was coming our way. We woke up the morning of July 4th, and we have a tack room that's a 40-foot container. It was now wrapped around the barn. 2 of the buildings that the firemen had saved were now gone. All of my husband's tools were gone. All of our plumbing supplies were gone. All of our water lines were gone. All of our internal fencing was now gone. All of our internal corrals were gone. And we were very fortunate that our replacement heifers that we had in a corral had the sense of mind before 8 feet of water came through to get on the upper side of the deck, and they were up to their shoulders in water. But they survived. So once again, all of our animals survived, but now all of our infrastructure is gone. So that was a pretty depressing time. So we cleaned up all that morning on July 4th. That was a Sunday. We didn't get to church because there was only 2 ways to get to the road to get to 77. One was either you walked 2 miles, or the other way is you saddled the horse up and you went out. And again, our neighbors, John Dixon came over with his backhoe. His wife called us that morning and said, "Do you need help? Are you guys okay?" And I said, "No, we're not." So they started coming in with their backhoe, and my husband and the fencing guys that we had already there started working our way out, and we worked all day trying to salvage whatever we could. And we took whatever we could find, and we had two rules. If we could salvage it, put it on the brown. That meant put it on the dirt that hadn't been covered with the silt and the soot and the stench of the floods that had come down from East Mountain, because all of East Mountain drains through our ranch. We're on the east side of Highway 77, so all that water comes down through us. And so we worked all day, and my husband and I, as you can tell, are not spring chickens. This was tough, hard work. And then he helped Dixon get his equipment back. And then my husband called me when he was on his way back, and he said, I can't get home. I said, what do you mean you can't get home? He said, look outside. There was another storm on East Mountain. We didn't get any rain at all, but East Mountain did. And we took another 6 feet of water. Just came through the ranch again. And what happened is that the wash jumped. Instead of following the wash path that was there before the fire, that was about 3 feet deep and 7 foot wide, it now went straight, and it went straight through our barn with all of our hay that we had just gotten in. So we lost the entire bottom level of our hay. We had about 4 foot of silt in the barn, and all the things that we had put on the brown, thinking that was safe, were now also gone because it came through and took all that flood out. And at that point, my husband and I looked at each other and said, we're leaving. This is it. We're done. We can't do this. We can't restart. And then shortly after that, I was really impressed because 2 groups showed up. One was Supervisor Klein, first politician that we saw, first support that we saw that came out to take a look at the fact that we did not have a road. We did not have a way for water to come through. We had no way to get out. I could not get my car out because of the condition of our road going from our ranch to Highway 77. And the next thing we heard coming down the road was Carl Melford and Justin coming in on their side-by-side. Instead of sitting in an office, Gila County Emergency Management came out and saw. They came out and looked to see what was going on. They saw a devastated ranch. They saw a ranch that was not only not operational, it was not functional. We had animals that were in makeshift pens. We had no water. We had no water lines. We had no fencing. And that's when we started to see some help. Because to this point, we were paying Dixon Rock and Materials weekly to just try to keep a road open for us between our ranch and 77. While Miami got flooded twice, Globe got flooded once, El Capitan took 22 floods that summer. And some of them as much as 14 feet tall. I have video of watching 14 feet of water coming through our ranch. You can imagine the devastation. So without the emergency management team and Woody, we wouldn't still be here. Our operation would have been gone. You talk about bringing in businesses. We're a grass-fed, grass-finished beef operation. We support a lot of employment in this area. Our butcher is over in Wheatfields. A lot of our customers are here. We do a lot of customers down in Phoenix and Tucson. We're a super premium beef operation. And we've gotten other ranches also to get into this direct sale beef operation because ranches can't survive based on commodity prices. So we've been really trying to help the community. And I appreciate being able to speak today. Last time you saw me was with the shooting sports. If it wasn't for the Gila County Emergency Management and the funding that we got to bring our ranch back to functional and finally back to operational, we wouldn't be here. And all the programs that we're associated with and trying to help this community wouldn't be here. So, we still have a challenge of a road. Every time that it rains, we don't have a road. We can't get out. If we have an emergency, we can't get out, because we had to pull all the culverts from all of our roads because you can't fit 12 feet of water through a 2-foot culvert. It takes the road out. So more funding is needed to be able to get permanent fixes out there. But we appreciated Woody came out to do a meeting with us. I don't know if you remember this. You came out to El Capitan to get everybody together, say, okay, this is what's coming, this is what we can fund, this is what we can't fund. We can't do anything on private property. We're not going to rebuild your house, we're not going to rebuild your buildings, that's up to you. And what most people believe is that's all covered by insurance. It's not. We're at 5,000 feet of elevation. Who'd get flood insurance? 5,000 feet. Just because we were burned out and everything was a direct result of the burn, they don't care. So far to date, what we've gotten in all of that, and you guys know how much fencing costs. We lost 8 miles of fencing from our ranch. Our insurance company paid $5,000. $5,000. And you guys know how much fencing costs per foot. So Woody came out to say us at El Capitan, and it started to sprinkle. And he watched us as we ran like cockroaches when the lights went on. And he looked at me and he goes, "What's going on?" I said, "It's raining." He says, "It's not that bad." I says, "You don't understand. We know what's coming, and I'm going to be lucky if I can get out Branch Creek Road and back in my road before I'm flooded out and I can't get there anymore." So more is needed to keep, you talk about residential, you talk about businesses. There's a lot of businesses out there, not just ours. And so more funding is needed to be able to get some permanent infrastructure out there.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
That was pretty tough times, wasn't it?
Very tough times. Very,
Yeah.
very tough times. It was, my husband and I decided when we were evacuated that when we saw the fire maps and we saw that our ranch was totally covered in red, I said, "That's it, we're done, we're leaving." We would not have stayed, not only not in Gila, we wouldn't have stayed in Gila County. We would have been out of here and let the land do whatever it did and left, because we assumed that we had lost all of our cattle. And we're the ranch that's got the funny, fluffy cows. And they are ridiculous in price right now. We've got very expensive cattle sitting out there in El Capitan, and we thought we'd lost everything, and with no insurance. So this kind of funding that came through, it took some time, but it helped us get our wash where it needed to be. Actually, honest to get the ranch operational came out of that was our life savings. Because, it's private property, but at least we got roads. And so we got reimbursed for the road work that had been done, which was great. So, we were very, very appreciative of that. So, but it's just, the guys in Washington don't realize when you got a ranching operation and they say, "Oh, we just got our money last week for a conservation district product that we did 2 years ago." And you're like, what do you think you're going to do with cattle for 2 years? Not put up a fence? Not put in water? You got a ranching operation. They don't sit around and wait. Our cattle needed water the day of the fire. So how do you do that? And then to lose all of our water lines, my husband actually ended up putting in water lines 5 times. So we get reimbursed for 1,000 feet. We put in 5 times. So we actually put in 5,000 feet by the time the floods hit us, because the conservation district would only cover the damages by fire, not by floods. And for us out in El Capitan, the floods were much more devastating. We have a rancher to our south lost one house to the fire, we lost another house to the flood. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
And I'm going to comment on this a little bit so people really understand why Gila County has dove into the management of a lot of these fires. And that, what you heard, is the driving reason. The management styles today are way different than they were before, and it's easy to draw big circles and say this is what we're going to do without thinking about what it's going to cause in a week or a few days or whatever. And a lot of our country is feds, managed by the feds. So they draw the line at the private property boundary. It's like private property, it's not our deal. We'll see ya. Where we, on the other hand, that is our deal. And so that's why for the last, ever since since we got into office, 2016, the juniper fire was the first one we started with. And we had one of these big fires every year for 5 years. And so, at least one. So that's why we've been pushing on the feds really hard and being a part of all these meetings, the preseason fire meetings, the coordination meetings that I just went to day before yesterday and last night, is because of this right there. And it's tough. It's really tough. Carl, I'm going to let you go on with your presentation before I get on my soapbox again, because I'm going to get on it in a minute.
There's going to be plenty of opportunities to do it throughout. So thank you, Chairman and Supervisors. And thank you, Carol, for powering through that. I'm sure telling that story is not always the easiest. So the point of this presentation is to kind of go through how that House Bill 2001 funding for post-fire flood mitigation has assisted us as a county. I probably pushed the wrong button, didn't I? There we go. So the 2021 fire season was one of our most significant in history. We had 2 of the top 5 largest fires in the state's history that actually did touch each other. the only reason that those acreages weren't combined to give us the largest fire in the state's history was because active fire line touched inactive fire line. Had the Mescal fire still been active at the point where it touched the Telegraph fire, it would have been considered one fire, and we would have had the largest fire in the state's history. So that being said, we also had the Backbone fire going up during that same time period up in the Pine area, so we definitely had our hands more than full. Let's hope I don't screw this up again. There we go. So just a kind of an overview of Gila County Emergency Management's role in emergencies such as wildfires. The 4 pillars of emergency management are mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. And this presentation is really going to focus in on that recovery portion, which is what we do after the fact. And I will admit that as a profession, emergency management's weakest point is in that recovery piece, because that's the part where there's the least amount that we have the ability or the authority to do. So I'll also go into some of the topics that had come up during this response. One of the biggest ones that we really didn't anticipate for was the hazmat portion of the fires. There was actually several items of TNT located within the Telegraph fire scar that were found by the teams prior to them, the scenario turning worse than it needed to be. And there were also locations where fuels and other fluids were found in barrels that we had to work with ADEQ to, get pointers on where to go with. So the Individual Assistance Service Center was one of the first actions that we took on kind of that response phase of the wildfires. So what we did was we brought in a team of state individuals as well as our own teams and a bunch of private sector organizations just to kind of offer assistance to the communities, let them know what their programs were about, and just let them know what resources would be available to them during and after the wildfire. And this was kind of the first step into our recovery phase, which we did actually during the fire itself, because we figured being proactive would give people a little more time to work with and find out what resources were available prior to the end of the fire. So typically what recovery looks like for emergency management as a profession is emergency management does or facilitates a damage assessment. If applicable, they will apply for a public assistance grant if there's an emergency declaration, which in our particular case is in the area of $250,000 of reimbursement, which that doesn't really go far, if we're being honest with each other. And it's called public assistance, but that term tends to be misleading because it's not addressed to the public. It's for the local jurisdictions, such as the counties and municipalities, to recover loss, whether it be out of the normal expenditures due to the emergency or damages incurred. When it comes to the individual, the homeowner, the business owners, that's considered individual assistance. And emergency management does not have much of a role in that outside of kind of connecting people with, your NGOs and nonprofits that are able to actually assist the private individuals. We were able to step a little bit out of our box and do a little more during this event, and I'll go more into that. So evacuations, we reached 45,000 users during this event with evacuation notices through our Ready Gila alert system. We sent 5 set notifications that reached 7,612 users, and 13 go notices that reached 11,866 users. So it was a big event, and our alerting system really played a huge part in that. We're continuing to promote people to sign up for that because unfortunately our biggest advertisers are emergencies, and we want people to sign up prior to the emergencies, not during. Another important thing to touch on is Ready, Set, Go. Ready, Set, Go was utilized, that model was utilized throughout this event and worked pretty successfully. And then when we go into the flooding, we talked about messaging and what that looked like, because just to give an example of the areas that kind of sparked this conversation, Six Shooter, Ice House, and Kellner Canyons are very bottlenecked. Everybody comes out the same way and goes in the same way. And that canyon, when you come out of there, it takes you through one of two exits. One is a low water crossing that gets closed on a regular rainy day, and the other is a, to say it politically correctly, a bridge of questionable structure. So we thought about messaging and what does that look like. The roads that exit these areas sit at a lower elevation than the vast majority of the homes. So we met with the sheriff's office and talked about possibly doing a shelter-in-place or head-for-high-ground messaging rather than bottlenecking people in an evacuation at a lower elevation and sending them to a potential bottleneck situation and putting more people in harm's way. I'm happy to say that throughout this entire event and all of the post-fire floods that came afterwards, there were no casualties. So what we did ended up being pretty successful. So going into flooding, I'm sure you guys heard me talk a lot right after the fire about the potential of flooding that we had. I don't think I even anticipated the full magnitude of what we experienced, because the rain gauge, for example, on Pinal Peak averaged prior to that year 3 to 5 inches per rainy season, per monsoon season. 2021 we had 17 inches. So we had an out of the ordinary fire season followed by an extremely out of the ordinary monsoon season, which cooked up the recipe for disaster that we experienced. We did a lot of community meetings and reaching out to the public and preparing them for the floods, letting them know what could potentially come, and we were fully transparent about the potential. And it seemed like a shock to the public, but it was necessary for letting them know the reality of what we were facing. Community Resource Center. So we worked with the Salvation Army, the United Fund of Globe Miami, and a bunch of other non-for-profit organizations to do kind of a center where donations could be received, managed, and distributed to the public. The biggest part of that was, if you were a homeowner that was in a flooded area, you can go in here, you can pick up a case of water, a bucket with cleaning supplies, and just the essentials of what you need to start cleaning out your home. Sandbags were available for preparation for future storms, and this was hugely successful, and they had quite a few visitors during that time. Going into response and recovery, so their community response during the flooding was huge. Particularly the Miami event. After the floods in Miami, I mean, you could go downtown in Miami and just see elbow to elbow shovels, heavy equipment, just everyone working to help people out. Stand-up volunteers, neighbors helping neighbors. It was an incredibly moving thing to see. So some of the mitigation work that was going in was hydrology consulting, that community outreach that I talked about earlier. Sandbags were placed out, and not only a central sandbagging location at our public works yard like we typically do. We worked with Public Works to get sandbags palleted and put out into strategic locations. These sandbags were filled by county employees. There were Boy Scout troops that came out there, football teams. I mean, basically we had the sandbag station open, and anyone that wanted to help did. And even some of the fire teams came in and filled sandbags after their shifts of fighting fire, which was pretty incredible. So HB 2001. So I want to go back and talk a little bit about what that public assistance grant process looks like through emergency declarations. So if we have an emergency such as the telegraph fire, and we declare, the state does an emergency declaration to support us, we can apply for funding. It's called a public assistance grant. It's $250,000 at a 75-25% cost match to help the county to recover costs. HB 2001 was passed with $100 million for wildfire mitigation, specifically $36 million of that to post-fire flood mitigation. To date, Gila County has received or been approved for $13,305,814.87. A little bit better than $250,000. So we decided to go that route instead. It's been hugely successful. It was a bit of a learning curve in the beginning, trying to figure out what that process was going to be like, because this was something that's never been done before. So Michael and I actually had quite a few meetings with DFFM, who was the host agency for that money. The State Department of Emergency Management was kind of the middle person. We would send the request to them, and they would put the request forward to DFFM and review with them to render a decision. The process that was used was what we call a 213RR. It's an ICS form for a resource request that's typically used in an emergency for emergency resources. Emergency management kind of became the conduit for that, because that's a system that we use regularly in emergencies. Every single project and every dollar that you see there went through Justin here. So yeah, Justin was the 213 guy. Every single request was filtered from him to the State Office of Emergency Management and to DFFM. Kind of a breakdown, and I'll go into the more specifics of what that funding was used for. Contractual services, $1.6 million. Emergency road work, $210,000. Equipment, $685,000. Private property mitigation, $4.3 million. Public works projects, $4 million, and waterway mitigation, $2.3 million. It should also be noted here that we did work with the municipalities to kind of serve as a middle, again, conduit for receiving those funds. So the town of Miami received $204,000 in projects, and the city of Globe $341,000. This should also be noted that this funding is a payer of last resort. So though it is a statewide fund, any counties that got a federal declaration or even a state declaration had to access that money first before reaching out for this money. So our position benefited us because we did not qualify for a federal declaration, so we were able to access this funding directly.
So Carl, if you would, could you explain that to folks, why we weren't qualifying for a FEMA relief?
Yes, so for a FEMA declaration, I believe the total at the time, and it fluctuates from year to year, is around $11 million of damages. That damage calculation does not calculate private property, and it does not calculate debris removal. So for example, if you look at like the hospital bridge, it was covered in 4 foot of material. Underneath it was a horse trailer that got shoved under there. We cleared it off. Underneath, the bridge is still intact. So that running total for the damages there is 0. So we did not qualify for it for that reason. And that's what puts rural counties in kind of a unique position, because for an emergency to cause us $11 million in damages or loss is extremely tough, not counting private property.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, and it's per incident.
Correct.
Not together. So the one fire caused all these floods, but that does not mean that it's all. I mean, it was each individual creek, like Russell and Six Shooter. Those are 2 separate entities, 2 separate occasions. Even though they were caused by the same fire, each one of those were individual, which each individual flooding did not add up to the $11 million. And that's what I'm frustrated with our federal government, is if it's caused by one fire, it should all be under that to total the 11.
Correct. And not only that, but the weather events that follow have to be within 72 hours of each other to be qualified as the same incident. And this event did not play in our favor there. It was almost perfectly spaced that we had events 72 hours apart.
Yeah, but those are lines that should not be there, in my opinion, because the damage is there. And it's going to be there for 5 years, because that's how long they estimate it's going to take to grow back. So, yeah, it should be, those lines should be erased, in my opinion.
I agree, and it's
Thank you, Mr.
unfortunate
Chair.
that, again, like you said, that running total does not go from fire to flood to flood. It's per event. And I think there were only like 2 or 3 of the storm events that we were able to lump together into one event, but we weren't coming close to that 11 million, which in this particular case would have been devastating for us without that support. But this House bill money bridged that gap, in a sense that this funding covers stuff that even that public assistance grant would have not.
And that's state money, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, that needs to be done too, because state money is what saved our bacon, not federal money.
Correct. The state money really saved us and bridged a gap here. And
Very
another
much
thing that
so.
I need to point out with this is this allowed us to do some work on private property, which that public assistance grant money would not have allowed.
Correct.
The other thing of that bill I'd like to point out is, if I'm not mistaken, Carl, and if I am, you can correct me, but that House bill was passed by everyone. I don't think there's anybody opposed to that bill, if I remember right.
I'm not certain on
Yeah,
that, sir, but I can
so,
look into that.
you know, when it comes to our legislatures and people like that, they all kind of banded together to push that one through, and thank God they did, because it would have been tough without it.
Yeah, if we didn't have state
Wouldn't
money, we wouldn't have had anything.
Yeah, impossible.
And that needs to be noted, and yeah, it really does.
Exactly. So I'll go into some of the breakdowns of those individual line items, such as the contractual services. So $1.6 million. This was for hydrology consulting. That's when we had J.E. Fuller around explaining to us. I mean, it's nice to have the spare team that comes in after the fire and explains, but their priorities are the forest. J.E. Fuller came and provided information that's priority was Gila County. So that was hugely helpful for us. It was nice to be able to, you know, wake up to a flood alert at 2 in the morning and pull up a camera and see what that actually looks like. I'm a visual person. I understand seeing something better, and having those cameras on those streams and being able to hear the weather warning and see what's actually going on helped us tremendously with the alerting system. So that hydrology consulting was huge. That also includes engineering consulting for projects that required engineering. Emergency road work. So this is another one that Michael and I went back and forth with DFFM on. We ended up getting approval for emergency road work and emergency road clearing, even on private roads, for the sake of accessing properties. Because, you know, if you have a home that has a low water crossing and it's got 4 feet of sediment and is impassable, and you call 911 because you're having a medical emergency, you're not accessible for them. So we got it approved to basically get contractors in to just clear roads and make them passable. Equipment, there were several equipment rentals approved, some equipment purchases that made it better to prepare. And we were going from prepare, response, recovery over and over with each storm, because as soon as a storm goes through and deposits debris, that debris is now a potential hazard for the next storm event. So having these equipment rentals and having these contractors come in was huge for us, getting debris removed and preventing future floods. Private property mitigation was a huge one, and another back and forth, and I apologize for the quality of the pictures. Those were a little tough to see. But when it came to private property, again, this is an area where with a typical public assistance grant, we would not be able to assist. We would rely purely off of coordination of those NGOs, which we still did have some of. So through meetings with DFFM, that they agreed that they would fund through this House bill the removal of debris from the property, because it creates a potential hazard for anything downstream. We also had Team Rubicon, who was there helping people to clear out the insides of their properties. So we were able to kind of bridge that gap. The insides of the properties were mucked out by a volunteer organization that we brought in. The outside of the property, the debris was removed by contractors funded through this bill. And we let the residents be in control of that. So if your property was flooded, and say there was a lot of scenarios where properties themselves, the homes, weren't damaged, but they had 4 feet of sediment on their property. We saw 40-foot pine trees laying down on properties, Volkswagen-sized boulders, and that's on the upstream properties. The downstream properties got what was left. They got that just packed silt that, you know, creates breathing issues for vulnerable populations because it solidifies and basically turns into talcum powder. It gets airborne and it creates breathing issues. Your vehicles will get stuck in it. It's pretty gnarly stuff. So we were able to get a process established where the homeowner contacts us. We give them a list of certified contractors. They get a quote. We go out and pay. We do a site visit where we look at the project and look at the property and make sure that those two coincide with each other. We would get that project approved and moving, and we do the same thing at the end just to make sure that the work was done in the way that it said it was going to be in that quote. We were able to get quite a few of Steve at the time, then Homero's projects approved for creek and watershed improvement, about $4 million worth of that. And then waterway mitigation projects, and this one's pretty easy to describe because this was that initial, we hired every contractor we could and put them in the creeks to clear stuff out. And that makes a huge difference because if you think of some of the creeks you see images of, the water is right there at the top of the creek. And before that, we had removed tons and tons of debris from those creeks. So that water that was at the cap of the creek would have been above and beyond, and we would have had worse flooding had that work not been done. Going into just other, really only two big notable things that didn't fall into the other categories. One of them was we were able to fund a couple of private or contracted employees that were able to help us with those site visits because at some point, you know, it became a lot for Justin and I to go out and take all those pictures and kind of be that liaison with the contractors and employees. So we were able to hire two contracted employees. One of them specifically went out and photographed and did the site visits. The other was more of a liaison and did the documentation portion of it. Now we're down to one contract employee who does both, but things have slowed down, so he's doing a lot of the documentation and prep work for the audit, which we will undoubtedly see at some point in the future. We did meet with DFFM and provided them the documentation that we have. Justin's done wonders with the financial documentation and our contracted employee with filing of all the photos and everything. So what we send to DFFM is a fraction of the actual documentation we have. Our last meeting with DFFM, they asked us to begin to prepare something like that, and we showed them what we had, and they're actually going to use that with the other counties as kind of a template of how to properly document. So this is where Carol's presentation would have been, but she already did that. These are some of the images from her property, and I mean, words cannot express the amount of just debris and devastation on her property. I mean, it absolutely just reformed the watershed out there and destroyed pretty much every little bit of infrastructure, roadway, and everything that she had. So hers was one of the larger debris removal projects we were able to get approved. The contractor went in there and basically just took everything that didn't belong out so that the creek could do what it's naturally supposed to do. We had a lot of scenarios where the creek zigged where it should have zagged and caused a lot of devastation like this. So these pictures of what her property looked like before, and this is what it looked like after. Had to throw the cow in there for aesthetic, I apologize, but it's an important part of the presentation. But we were able to get that debris off of there and kind of gut out the creek and put it back to what it looked like before and make it a little bit more prepared for future events. There's been significant rain since her property looked like this. I'm happy to say it still looks like that. So, you know, she's still got issues with her road and everything, and we're trying to find solutions for that. But right now, this is what her property looks like, and I was able to keep her in business with that. Next speaker I wanted to bring up is Jane Hale. She was one of the most impacted by the post-fire flooding, and it was again a case where the creek, just too much force, blew out one side, and her property became part of the creek when it is not naturally that way. So Jane, if I could bring you up here to tell your story.
Come on up, Jane.
hero right there.
Absolutely. I believe you had national attention on your house, if I'm not
Yes, we
mistaken.
did. We had film crews there, and for some reason, I stood on our porch, which was 3 foot above ground, but right at the edge of the flood level, and took a video, which Janet Klein airdropped onto YouTube, and it received national attention. It is still on YouTube. But looking at this photo kind of takes me back to this time, which I try not to relive, but I'm going to today to tell you what happened. We had taken precautions on our property for fire by grazing our cattle intensively around the house, as well as clearing off all dead and down. And it turned out to be a good thing, because on the 5th of June, the telegraph fire came roaring. And I mean, if you have ever heard a firestorm, it has its own sound. It sounds like a train, and there was smoke and fire in the air, but it got right to the edge of McSpadden's property. They own the 20 acres below us, and it split. And it went down towards Miami, and it went up towards the Gibson, but it left our private acreages untouched. Hand to God, I swear, is all that could have really, besides cows, have saved us. After the fire, we didn't dilly-dally around. We went and put up, you can see those barriers that are still there. We put 24 of those behind our garage, as well as had Frank Domelin put a dike, a dirt dike up. And we thought we were golden, and for maybe 3 floods we were. But then on the 29th of July at 2:10 in the afternoon, the Columbia River came in. Over 4 to 6 inches of rain fell on Madeira Peak in a microburst. And Madeira Peak all drains into Pinnacle Creek. All of this is Pinnacle Creek. This is the other side of where Carroll's operation is. We're on the west end of the Pinellas. And that entire area that you can see that's flooded there is now, well, or was, Pinnacle Creek. Not originally, but after that flood. The day of the flood, the dike washed out, the barriers, those barriers weigh 2,000 pounds, and they float. Most of them went down the creek, as did our garage with a side-by-side. Fortunately, I had gotten out there in the rain and moved our car and our truck. But the side-by-side and our friend's half-ton truck, the garage itself, all our tools down Pinnacle Creek, and just gone. Some things we've never even found parts of. We did not lose any cattle. Like Carroll, our cattle were saved because we had put them in a higher pasture, which they got out of because it all washed out. You can see them in this picture, but they were saved. Gila County sponsored a meeting out at the fairgrounds after all of this took place, and that's where I met Carl, and I saw that you had appointed him the head of emergency management. In my own mind, I was convinced that the only thing that would save our house from future flooding, because the creek had kind of changed, was a concrete flood wall, because we're on an outside curve of that creek, which is going to continue to flood. I called Carl after, and I was very emotional because, as you could see, this washed through our entire house. The whole house, all of it, had to be stripped 3 feet up because it was full of mud, and mud creates mold, and that house would have been unlivable had we not done that. But the morning after, we slept in that house that night. We never left during the fire or the flood. We stayed there. And the next day, after people saw that YouTube, because it was pretty well distributed, 50 people showed up and helped us strip that house, all of whom I'll always be grateful to. But I called Carl. Our phone service was washed out, and I had to go up on the hill in the borrowed side-by-side, and called him and made a very emotional plea to him after I knew who was going to be helping us with emergency management. And I will never forget what he said to me. They were the kindest words, and they helped me sleep after that. He said, "I got you, honey." He didn't know me from Adam, but he was so kind. You have a real treasure in this man, and I hope you appreciate him. It took 10 months, and the state of Arizona and Gila County to get a wall. But we stayed on it, and we got it. I also want to thank Steve Sanders and Brent Klein of Public Works. They came out and they got Frank Domelin to build us another dirt dike, a bigger dirt dike that took out all our trees, and it's not as pretty as it used to be, but that dirt dike has remained functional. My concern with the dirt dike is they erode over time, and in the 5 years, it may wash away, but that concrete wall won't. It's yet to be tested, but it could happen. I really want to thank Frank Domelin and NRCS, who helped provide some of the funding for the dirt dike, Carl Melford and his staff, Michael O'Driscoll, who I know helped us behind the scenes, Woody Klein, Rusty Bowers, who's no longer in office, but he was helpful as well, made some phone calls for us. The state of Arizona, Governor Doug Ducey, who did pass an emergency measure that made a lot of this funding possible. And we had to do some persuading. And while the media showed up out there to film what had happened to us, no politicians ever came. I have to thank Jim Fansler, Fansler Resources, and Curiel Construction, and Peachy, who is a dynamite concrete guy, Rich Gresham, who was our engineer, and the late Jerry Johnson, who was my nephew and the manager of CEMEX, who expedited concrete to get that wall built. Gila County helped us more than any other agency, followed by the state of Arizona, who provided much of the funding. DFFM and NRCS continue to help us with fencing. But I'll never forget Carl and the "I got you, honey." Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. So I'll let you know something for all you guys right now is this part of this presentation is going to be used a little later on a request for more emergency money. And Jane and Carol's part of this presentation is what's going to be focused on for that money. Well, I can't talk to you guys most of the time anyway, but Coconino County is taking the lead on this, and it'll be brought up where we can all sit there and talk about it at the legislative conference. But the push is to create another pot of money of about 35 million in the state that would be available for these circumstances. And you know, I've told lots and lots of people, had it not been for the state money, it would have been really, really bad, because we did not have any help coming from anywhere. And as a rural county, we didn't have the depth it took to fund and support these kind of efforts. So that everybody knows this part of the presentation, Carol's part, and whatever else they need out of it is gonna be used here pretty quick, so. Go ahead, Carl.
Alrighty, I only got 2 more slides, so. The next slide is a follow-up from this picture. This is Jane Hale's property after/during a flood event. And here it is after, with that retaining wall put in. So this one took, like she said, 10 months from the time that she called and got it approved. And when she first called me, it made sense. The idea made sense because our entire goal is to keep the water in the creek, pass it through, send it on its way. And looking at this creek, I mean, I'm no hydrologist, but it was a very just a common sense visual that the creek is meant to go this way, and it just blew out and it went that way, and it's going to continue to go that way, continue to be a problem for all of the properties downstream. We needed to figure something out that created a redundancy to keep the water where it's supposed to be, while also in turn protecting their property. Because, I mean, without exaggeration, that water came out of the creek and used her house as a pass-through, went in the back door, out the front door. And we went back and forth with DFFM for about 10 months until we finally got the approval. And I warned Jane in advance if she didn't answer the phone, I was driving out there, because she had been waiting, and you know, we talked all the time during that 10 months, and when we finally got this project approved, she didn't answer her phone, so we flew out there and told her, and I was glad that, you know, a project that benefit everyone in the area and everybody potentially downstream also benefit Jane. And you know, the part that you don't look at is that had Jane not allowed this to be done on her property, that creates harm for anyone downstream. It creates basically a new route for the water to go that we do not plan for. So that's pretty much my presentation. And again, this is just kind of how we're tracking so far with that House bill money, and we'd like to see more and do more with it in the future. I've done quite a few presentations for you guys and a lot of public speaking in my career, and I still don't know how to end presentations, so the end.
Good job, Carl. Questions, you guys?
I have no questions, Carl. You know, I appreciate you very much in all you do, and I've told you a million times, I'm glad you like Gila County, because you built probably one of the best resumes in the state for emergency services. So, thank you for appreciating Gila County.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. I need no convincing that we have the best emergency management department in the state, if not the Southwest. So to have the 2 families here, the Hale family, the Patak family, and that's just 2 that went through devastation that most of us will never see, and to come out praising our response is very heartwarming to me.
Won't stop until it's the best in the U.S. So.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it was quite a trial and error for sure, and you guys did an awesome job. Unfortunately, it was hard on our constituents in the county, you know, because, you know, you're sitting in meetings and you know you can't tell them what you want to, you know, because we can't do certain things on private property. A lot of things on private property we can't do, huh, Jessica? Yeah. So, you know, and at the time, we're not seeing anything coming from the feds. We're not seeing anything coming from anyone. You have insurance companies turning people down. That's getting burned out and stuff. So it was a big deal when that state money finally came out. And I think there was a lot to be learned and said by that. And I really appreciate the governor for pushing on that and all the legislatures involved that made that happen. It didn't come without any issues, I can tell you that. You know, we ended up in Rusty Bauer's room in the state capitol with DFM and us and the Tono NRCD people and a pretty good little handful of folks in our legislatures kind of working out issues too. Rusty was a big help.
Oh yeah.
And so as we went through, I mean, there was a lot of applicants. I'm sure you guys seen that you didn't know if you'd get funded or not, you know, and DFM they had final say for the most part. But it worked, and we were able to cover a lot of people and get through it. But it's nothing that we can sit on our hands now that it's over either. We need to keep pushing on different avenues, different monies, whatever it is, to be prepared more for these kind of events. We definitely have to stay in the middle of all the federal management that's going on, because they don't look at what's downstream or below them when a lot of this is happening. And they're getting better, I will say, but we still have more to do. You know, I'm sitting there with permittees that's got miles of fence lines burned down, infrastructure burned down, government saying we don't have any money. Well, we just watched them spend $20 million or whatever it was on these fires for them to turn around and say we don't have any money. Pretty disheartening. And so just so you guys know, and like Carol's talking about 8 miles of fence being burned up, going rate for fence right now is about $48,000 a mile. So it's not real easy to jump out there and replace a mile of fence. And I am not even sure what the infrastructure on pipelines and things like that are, without going into the personal infrastructure of barns and houses and like that. I know that we've cleaned up a lot of burned out buildings. We as a county opened up the dump for a lot of that to go into our landfills and get that tended to. A ton of money was spent. I will say that a lot of it went to the locals here, the local contractors and people like that as well. So it didn't, you know, in a odd way, it helped some people as well. So, but I'd really rather not have to deal with any of that again if I didn't have to. But thank you for everything you and Justin and your department has done, because you guys did an awesome job.
Of course, and thank you. And to give Jessica a little bit of comfort, on DFFM's end, everything that we pitched to them, they were running past the Attorney General just to make sure that we were staying within the parameters of legality. So can bring your blood pressure down a little bit.
Anything else? Any other questions? We're good? Yeah. Thank you, Carl. We'll move on to the next one. All right, on to 2C. Information discussion regarding a partnership initiative and options for removing dilapidated RVs, vehicles, and travel trailers from the forest. And we have Cole with us today. I don't know if David LaForge is in Payson or not, but we have Cole.
No, it'll just be me. It's Travis and Payson.
Chairman?
Yeah.
Dave LaForge called in sick
Oh.
today, so I'll be representing Public Works.
Okay, we'll just lean on you really hard.
Okay, good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Can we wait for Tim?
He stepped out for a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Board, thanks for having me here. So in Payson, we've got Forest Service Law Enforcement Officer Travis Bissett. He's gonna step up to the podium. If I miss something, he's gonna jump in and help me. So I'm going to use a slide deck to keep me on task here. The reason why I bring that up is to highlight the summer internship program that we have. So this was created by Hayes.
Hayes Children, one of our summer interns, a college student, did that presentation.
Yeah, and it's great. It's better than what I could have put together, and it's definitely going to keep me from getting off topic, because this is kind of a convoluted sort of program, and it's it's convoluted, and that's the reason why it's never really worked out before. But it's taken quite a bit of a partnership, and it really started with Travis Bissett, who's joining us in Payson, and then Gila County Drug Gang Violent Crime Detective Leonard Kurzakowski. So they, like all of us, spend time in the woods, and we run across these, this picture is indicative of what our constituents and everybody's starting to see a lot of. So they started coming in probably every other day into my office and said, we got to do something about this, we got to do something about this, we got to do something about this. Well, the way a lot of policies and laws work, it really kind of had us hamstringed. We didn't really have a way to go in and just say, hey, this is somebody's private property here. Yes, it's an eyesore, but we can remove it and dump it. Mainly because of a lot of problems with getting something like that to the landfill, making it safe to be dumped in the landfill. So I'm going to start going through this because, like I said, I'm going to use it to keep me on track. Is it this right? Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, so what's going on here is we've got a lot of RVs, travel trailers, vehicles that have been just dumped by not even really the owner, but they've been dumped in the forest. It kind of falls on the Forest Service to deal with this. They don't really have the ability because really they've got Travis, and he was kind of stuck, not sure what to do. We get a lot of calls. I've dealt with every one of you guys on calls on what to do with this. So we've kind of been taking it onesie, twosie at a time to try to figure out what the heck to do with this. And we have navigated a plan that we think will work, and this is to kind of present that plan. And although Carl doesn't know how to end his presentations, mine always have an ask. So I know how to get mine ended here once I get to it. And we may or may not go through that ask at the end, depending on how you guys want to deal with this. So the partnership between the U.S. Forest Service, Gila County Sheriff's Office, and Public Works, mainly the landfill, to collaborate and remove all of this just trash in the woods is kind of what we're going to do. The one thing I want to target is that this, or highlight, is that this is not to in any way impact, disrupt, focus on the, I don't know what to call the law-abiding homeless individuals we have. You know, COVID created a lot of problems for people, and we do have a lot of decent folks that are in a bad situation and just happen to be living in the forest. This is not to deal with them. This is to focus on the just disaster that some of our crime, the community that's focused on crime. They're going out, they're actively stealing from the good citizens of Gila County, they're buying drugs with it, and they're just dumping what they can't sell after they steal it in the woods here for us to have to deal with. So it's to focus on the folks that are involved in crime. This map kind of highlights our general areas. So the footprint is mostly northern Gila County, and the only reason why that is because the two people that came and bugged me on a daily basis are responsible for northern Gila County. So these are, so in the center on the left side there, we've got Payson, and then each one of those red dots represents one or a few bumper pull trailers, motor homes, areas of trash that we'll have to deal with. The way this kind of worked is Detective Kurzakowski and Travis Bissett with the Forest Service went out, identified all these locations. They ran VIN numbers, they ran plates, they dug through trash to try to figure out who we could find most responsible for dumping all this stuff out there. So what they're going to do is, and it's kind of a case by case. So some of these times it's just a matter of somebody's gone out there and dumped a motorhome, and what we're going to do is determine who the owner of that is. Whether they sold it or not comes into play, but for the most part, we're going to figure out who the owner is. We're going to contact them. We're going to let them know, hey, you're in a position to be charged for criminal littering, and we're going to go after you for restitution along with the criminal charges. You're going to be given X amount of time to go in and remove this. If you need some help figuring out how to do that, we'd be happy to help you. Other people that are more living in it rather than it being dumped there, we're going to identify that person. If they happen to be involved in crime, there's a chance they've got warrants, there's a chance there's stolen property there and or drugs. So we kind of attack it from a different angle of going in and arresting them for the crimes that they're responsible for, and going through the process of securing and removing whatever's left there. So those are kind of the two most applicable situations. And there's laws that allow us, based on both of those situations, to remove those. The reason why we do that on an active and frequent basis. The reason why we haven't been able to remove these items in the past is because, you know, when we go out and arrest somebody and we need to secure their car, for instance, we've got contracts with tow truck companies to come in and remove the vehicle. But when it turns into something like this where we're putting the tow companies in a position where they're being stuck with some trash that they can't really get rid of, it's very difficult for them to get rid of these motorhomes, we've not wanted to burden them with that. Well, what we've done, and I'll get into that here in a second, is we've figured out a way to get rid of the trailers. So once we've figured out how we're addressing the removal of it, like I said, it's two different ways. It has to do with usually going in, serving a search warrant, making sure there's nobody in there, pulling the people out, taking them to jail if they're there, or filing the charges through the county attorney's office for the folks that have just simply dumped something out there. That gives us the ability to then tow and secure these vehicles. So and this is the part that has to do with the Forest Service. So the Forest Service has gone in and contacted Hog Creek Towing and LaForge Towing in the northern part of the county and said, hey, would you be willing to tow these and secure a abandoned title for us? Once the vehicle is owned by Gila County, then we can legally take it up to the landfill and have it torn apart, scrapped, dumped. Part of that process, through talking with Homer, is we need to make sure it's safe for the landfill to be able to take in that vehicle. So removing the propane tanks, making sure there's nothing within the gray water tanks and the septic systems. So there's another partnership that we've had to kind of go to the pumping companies and say, hey, would you be willing to come in on a onesie, twosie basis and clean these out for us? That way we can then bring them into the landfill and we're not bringing hazardous waste into there. The propane tanks, gas tanks, we'll kind of deal with those as they come. But that's another part of this that nobody really could figure out how to deal with. We've got a plan for that now. But part of knowing that it's eventually going to end up in the landfill and we're not just bringing it to a tow yard, the plan is when we go in, and you've seen some of these pictures that have got tons of trash around them, we're going to take all the trash that we can reasonably and safely pick up and throw it into the motorhomes or the trailers, and then get them towed out of the forest to where they go, knowing that they'll eventually end up in the landfill, and kind of cleaning up the general area, not just pulling out a trailer and leaving all the surrounding trash there. So there's more to it than just the trailer. These are a couple of the laws that allow us to remove, secure, tow at an impound yard these vehicles. There's some onus on us to determine who owns the vehicle, part of getting an abandoned title, and that's why we're partnering with the tow companies that do this on a daily basis. Although we do have a guy, Mark High Street, who was in Payson, I don't know if he's still there. He deals with a lot of our MVD stuff and getting abandoned titles, but it's just really going to be a burden that we're not willing to dump on him. So we're going to pay the tow companies to tow, file for the abandoned titles. That way we're in ownership of the vehicles, and it gives the owner a chance to, if for some reason it left their hands and they didn't know why and they never filed a police report, but they for some reason want it back, well, if they contact us, part of that process is they'll be able to go get it. We're not looking to take property from people. We're just looking to kind of clean up the forest. So there's some a couple of the things I talked about as far as making sure we remove all the hazardous materials before they end up in the landfill. There's a couple different scenarios based on the VIN, the owner, what we got to do with it. I talked to the two tow companies to try to figure out how long they would be stuck with or we would be stuck with. There's a couple other things to figure out where these vehicles would sit while we're waiting for the titles to come in. And because that's still sort of unclear, one of the tow companies is willing to house them because they feel that in order to file for an abandoned title, they have to have it on their property. The other one doesn't interpret that law the same way, so they'd like us to help them with an area to keep them in the meantime, which kind of drives us to only want to do maybe 2 or 3 of these at a time. That way we're not overburdening the landfill, we're not overburdening any of the people involved in this process, because it's got a lot of steps that may take us a little while to get good at. So in a best case scenario, we should have a title for us in 50-ish days. It could take over 100 days, 120 days in some scenarios to get that title. The landfill procedures, we've kind of talked about a little bit, but I've worked with Homer and, her name is, what's that? Melanie at the landfill to make sure that we're following all of their procedures. And they're running as an enterprise, so part of the ask, or at least something to keep you guys aware of in the end, why we're talking about this, is we don't want to negatively affect their P&L by dumping a lot of waste on them and a lot of work and man hours to scrap and move and get rid of these trailers. So there is some repayment to the landfill that we're going to need to do in a way to make sure that we don't negatively affect them, is what I've been led to understand. So the landfill procedures are basically what we've gone through there. So this is where we get into the ask, and it's kind of more of, this is where the work session comes in. That's the general part of the plan. We may have, there's 30 plus units that we know of north of the bridge on the north end of the county. I'm sure there's a whole bunch down here somewhere that we can start addressing also, because this, it's a countywide goal. So I don't suspect we'll be doing 35 in the next year, maybe 2 years. Eventually we'll get to that point. We'll probably do a few before the end of this calendar year, maybe 15 or so before the end of this fiscal year. So I believe there's a slide in here that talks about the cost that the landfill is bringing on. So the landfill charges per ton, we're assuming that travel trailers are anywhere from 1,000 to 9,000 pounds. We're looking at probably, I don't know, maybe $6,000 to $8,000 for the first year, maybe that for the second year until we can get this under control, and then we may have a few to deal with each year after, as long as we can keep this program rolling. We've got a big undertaking to start with, but eventually I think it'll catch up and we won't have that many to deal with. So you guys got any questions thus far? Kind of a bunch of different things I've gone through.
I bet we do, Cole.
Okay, hit me with them.
Tim?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the program, I understand the problem. I mean, I'm the one that came up with the dollar dump day because the forest and our creeks and everything else was getting dumped on, and so, okay, do I hire a crew to clean it up, and what's that gonna cost? Or let's make people responsible for their own junk, let's raise the fine through our code enforcement to say, okay, it's gonna, you're gonna get a fine because now that that's been redone, we can write someone a citation and turn them into a collection agency if they don't pay it.
Yeah.
That took a lot of work to get that. So I'm all for making people responsible for what their own. So by doing the dollar dump day, that helps people look like you're gonna pay this kind of fine, or on Saturday you can go to the dump for $1. So help them be responsible. So here you're asking me for money for the dump to clean up National Forest Service. Okay, but I mean, the county does a clean and lean, so if your property's really bad and it's a health hazard, we can go clean it up and then lean the property. So what I'm wondering is, in the legal system, restitution. If you get arrested or you hurt somebody, then the judge can make you pay a restitution or probation for the damage that you created.
Yeah.
So, where my mind's working, it's like, okay, if you arrest someone in the forest in a motorhome that's got trash thrown everywhere, well, why not make that part of his probation or restitution? And I'm willing to kind of come up with a fund, or try to come up with a fund to get it cleaned up now, but I think before he gets out of jail, he needs to pay to clean it up. Or she, or them, or whoever.
Yeah,
whoever
and we've kind of thought about that a little bit. So one part of the reason why we're not going to do a whole bunch of these all at once is because those cases are going to go to the county attorney's office. We don't want to overburden anybody involved in this project.
Understand.
So when those do go there, Jessica can kind of explain how this part works. It takes a while before that restitution comes in, and it's not a lot of money, and it takes a long time for that to come in. So the plan is to find somebody responsible for that dumping. and send those charges, ask for restitution. What I think, and Jessica probably has a lot more experience with this, is we won't see that money for a long, long time if we're lucky enough to see it. So I think we're looking for the money up front from the county to make this happen, hoping that in the end the charges come through and restitution works.
Chairman, member supervisors, so as far as restitution goes, one, we have the issue of needing to have a defendant. Some of these vehicles don't have a VIN number, so there's no person liable in that sense. We have had cases come before the county attorney's office where there is a registered owner, however, they have some sort of alibi indicating that they sold it to somebody else. They have documentations of such, but they don't have last names. So they can't pinpoint exactly who is responsible to actually charge them with a crime, them plead guilty to it or have it convicted by a judge or jury. And then the last element is if they are convicted, well, now we have restitution, which they may not start paying towards until they're out of prison. They also could incur drug charges where they are also on probation, where they have fines for that as well. So it doesn't really come to fruition like you would hope it would.
We kind of try to convince them long before we get to this point by determining who the owner is through the VINs that are present, by contacting them and saying, hey, we've located property that the state says belongs to you. You need to come get rid of it. Well, I sold it, just like Jessica said. Well, we're still going to charge you because technically you're the responsible party, the registered owner, the responsible party for this item. And we can, I'm not going to say bluff them into, cleaning up what still is technically theirs. But at the end of the day, there's some laws that protect that person if they can prove that they did sell it. So we're going to try to get what we can through restitution, but at the end of the day, I honestly don't believe there's going to be a lot of restitution money that comes in, and if it does come in, it'll be way down the road.
I would expect you're not gonna get a whole lot.
No, and that's, in the past, we've always tried to do it this way, call the person, convince them to come down and do something about it with the threat of, hey, we are gonna send these charges. And unfortunately, that doesn't usually work. It doesn't go anywhere. We're not able to get them to do it. And then we're back to square one with, well, what can we do about this? So that's where this next hurdle of figuring out how to get it to the landfill came in.
Steve?
Thanks. Yeah, Cole, I don't believe we'll ever get restitution. The problem is because people don't have any money or they're incarcerated or whatever. That's why their vehicle's out there.
Yeah.
And it is a mess. And last time we had one on Houston Mesa Road, we wanted the sheriff's department to tow it, but it was too far away from the road, so it wasn't part of your jurisdiction, so it becomes Forest Service jurisdiction. And then finally they towed it and complained forever that it cost them a couple $1,000s.
Yeah.
So
We've got another one out there right now.
Yeah.
It says, it's spray painted on the side, U.S. Forest Service tow me.
Right.
And that's, the public doesn't understand that we can place the blame on the Forest Service to do that. And, meeting with Travis and Matt, the district ranger, they want to do it. It's just a matter of how they've never had a way of doing it before, because there's some things they can do. There's some things they can't. So, and I don't know if I talked about it, so forgive me, let me take a step back. So the money partnership, they're going to be paying for the tow and they're going to be paying for the title work to be done. They don't have enough money. We talked earlier about the feds saying, we've got all this money for this, but we don't have any money for this. This is a situation they're in, and no ding on Travis or Matt. They've gone to their bosses, because I've been in meetings with them to figure this out. They've been able to secure what they're thinking is somewhere in the $6,000 to $8,000 a year range to pay for tows and pay for title work to be done. And I'm kind of hoping we can come up with a similar dollar amount to take it out of one bucket and put it into another bucket.
So Cole, so the Forest Service wants to partner to a level.
Yeah.
And so what are you asking the board for then? what kind of money, and where's it gonna come from, and who does it go to?
So, what I'm asking you guys for is to kind of approve this project as a whole, because I am asking for the landfill to accept a lot of trash that they're not really being paid by the public to intake. It's, you know, it's taking it from one part of the bucket and putting it into the same, you know, into the same bucket, I think is, you know, not a money guy. That's where James comes into play. How can we take, you know, create a fund code, take money from somewhere that we don't, you know, we don't have the money to do this, I'm guessing, but make it in a way that Melanie and Homer are willing to take this trash and us not mess up their profit and loss.
Chairman, and Nicole, if I could help answer that question. I think there's some numbers here that you see that if we do 35 vehicles in 1 year, the landfill tonnage cost would be $7,000, okay? But there's also an additional cost. Somebody needs to pump the septic. There's no liquid. It's a solid waste. Landfills are actually a solid waste disposal system. There's no allowance for liquids. All the liquids, the Freon, the motor oils, the transmission oil, all of that needs to be taken out. I think what we're looking for, if we wanted to do this long-term, $12,000 a year for landfill costs. For landfill costs, something like $6,000 and another $6,000 for someone to help dispose of the liquids in the vehicles. The landfill would do the work of tearing the vehicle apart, putting the metals to one side and selling it, and taking the rest into the landfill. And we would be charging at the landfill because it is an enterprise, just like as if a private party brought in an RV, we would weigh it and we would charge that amount of tonnage fee. And
Thanks for bringing that up.
We estimate the tonnage fee is $6,000 a year under a very robust 35 vehicles a year, so it could be less. But I think $12,000 a year would help get this started, and we'll learn as we do. Okay?
Yeah, so the county shops have the ability through their current waste disposal systems to get rid of oil and some of those other things that we're going to be pulling out of there. That's going to be a cost that is not taken from the same bucket and put into the same bucket. That's money that's going to be expensed, so thanks for bringing that up. I forgot about that part. The other thing is paying a septic company to come in and pump that stuff. It's not a lot of money, but it's still money. So that's kind of what we're thinking is somewhere in the $12K. But like I said, I don't want to bog down anybody involved in the system. I don't think we're going to hit that 35 number for, you know, maybe 2 years.
Right.
If we're lucky.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't see it as being super costly. I'm just trying to figure out all the buckets you're talking about and how the Forest Service is going to partner, because I mean, it's on their property. And so I don't mind the counties coming in and saying, okay, we can help with this service because it's good for all of us. And so that's a good thing.
So
but
one of the...
so James, if I might ask you, so if the landfill needs to be reimbursed in a sense, where would we find that money to do that? How would that work?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Christensen, landfill is, as you know, an enterprise fund, and we want to make sure that we keep those buckets separate. And so it would be incumbent on staff to find a source of money, whether we have to redirect something that's budgeted based on your authorization, that we could find $10, $15, $20, $25,000 to do this. It's been my opinion that this is something that would be important to the Board of Supervisors, and that I would be able to, that I would be directed by you to go and find a resource or a pool of money that we can utilize for this program.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing, Steve, about what you brought up. So, yes, we're towing stuff and we're incurring a cost for this stuff to come off of the Forest Service property. The way their policies and laws work for them is, and forgive me, Travis, because I don't really understand this, but I'm going to do my best to explain this. So, although it's on their property, in order for them to just go in and tow, say, a trailer off of there, they have to prove that it's abandoned, and the case law the case law for them to prove abandonment for the period of time is very, very difficult, if not impossible, because as soon as we maybe remove that person from that trailer through an arrest for whatever reason, and we've got 2 days of abandonment while they're in jail, they're gonna come right back, or somebody else is gonna move right back in. We'll have another transient person move right back in, and then it doesn't fit their abandonment statutes. We've got some laws in Arizona that allow us to, when somebody is arrested right there, we're kind of required to secure that property, not just leave it. We've been stuck with having to do that because of all these other things. But that's part of the reason why it's a partnership. They don't have the ability to immediately remove it. We have the ability to immediately remove it. We just don't have the ability to pay for all of this. So they're saying, hey, if you remove it, we'll pay that cost.
Okay.
That's all I have, thanks. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, what I'm trying to digest it all and go, I mean, if I went to a public meeting and asked the people, how do you feel about spending your tax dollars to take abandoned vehicles off the Forest Service, I know exactly what they're gonna tell me. So I'm trying to broaden this, and you're gonna see the same problem that I do, is we have a lot of issue with blight and abandoned vehicles.
Yeah.
Or vehicles that you know, somebody's got 8 vehicles, 5 of them don't run. I mean, could they be say, you know, okay, if you're not claiming this or it's not registered, then we're considering it's abandoned. So if the Board of Supervisors creates a pool of money for abandoned vehicles in Gila County, that would include Forest Service, somebody's backyard, they're 9 acres out back. Do you know what I mean? Maybe if we create a pot of money, because I have a whole lot of public that would love me to get rid of some of these abandoned vehicles. However, I gotta do it. So I'm just wondering, being that this is a work session and we can communicate.
Yeah.
Then if there's a source of money, it would be for abandoned vehicles, not only on the Forest Service, but you and I both know there's residential areas that have abandoned vehicles that right now we can't do anything with.
There is a way to deal with those, because if it's a car, truck, something like that that's scrappable, and I'm kind of using that term when it comes to metal, not sheet metal and the stuff that's in motorhomes. These tow companies, because we do it quite a bit in Payson, where people call us, hey, I just bought this house, it's got a junk car on it, what can I do? Well, we can get you a VIN inspection. You can call this tow company. They'll come out and tow it for free, because they can do the legwork to get those titles, scrap it to a yard, because the metal is worth some money.
Okay.
So there is kind of a way to do that on private property. It's just when we don't, it's a little different when it's a trash motorhome.
Okay.
That's the
Well,
problem.
yeah, no, like I say, I'm just asking questions because I have to answer for where I spend their money, and so I was just trying to get a little bigger picture out of
if
what
somebody
we're creating
does
a fund for.
Yeah, I would like to designate this just for stuff that's not on private property, because there is a way to there is a way for somebody who has private property for them to deal with removing that vehicle, and we'd be happy, I don't want 1 million people calling us if they're seeing this on YouTube right now, but there is a way that we can guide the public through how to get rid of stuff on their property. And it's basically having them do exactly what we're doing, it just incurs some cost on their end.
Okay. Yeah, we're just communicating here, trying to make sense of everything.
We're gonna communicate some more.
Further input in.
So I got a question for you guys. How are you gonna have the time and the people to go out there and gather all this stuff up? I mean, you make it sound easy. You go out there and you shove it all in a trailer and you pull it away. You'll spend half a day in some of these sites just getting it gathered up.
Yeah, we've done it a few times. Really, it's just the people that care about the community they live and work in is what it comes down to. So we don't have enough people, we don't have enough time, but we'll find the people, and they're gonna have to make the time. Mm-hmm. So, it really becomes incumbent on these 2 aggressive cops, Officer Bassett and Detective Kurzakowski, to choose which one is the biggest problem that they're gonna go out and deal with all the paperwork, because even getting to the point of us being able to tow it is a lot of man hours to do. So they're just, we pay them to go out and catch bad guys and enforce the law, and they're kind of choosing what they're doing with that time. So
So,
And when we go do these operations, we try to bring a lot of people with us from the sheriff's office. One, because they're, we have the potential for a risky situation with somebody being in there and not wanting to go to jail. So that's why we bring a lot of people. But two, because as soon as we make the scene safe, we can all work for an hour and throw a bunch of trash back in there.
so this is kind of a tough deal, because you talked about homeless people out there who are good citizens, let's
Yeah.
just say.
Yeah,
You know, they've had a run of bad luck, and that's the only place they got to go, and I totally get that.
yeah.
But how are you gonna differentiate between that and the bad ones? Because what's gonna happen is you're gonna start cleaning these things up, and don't get me wrong, because I'm all for a partnership with the Forest Service and help do this. I'm there. But somewhere along the way, between us and the Forest Service, somebody's gonna have to crack the whip on the homeless camps that are out there. The government has a 14-day stay limit for the woods, and it's a tough call to make, I understand that, but where are you gonna draw the line, or are you?
Me personally, yeah, I'd like to figure out where that line is, because I'm not looking to make somebody who's had a run of bad luck or has some mental health problems. Really, it's based on the crime. Are they going out there and stealing, out of people's vehicles and backyards, turning around buying drugs with it, and then leaving whatever scraps they couldn't sell for drugs in the forest? Or are they just simply someone who they get some money however they get it, not by stealing, and then they go buy their food and they buy their cigarettes and they buy their junk food or whatever, and they've got a smaller pile of trash? I think the dividing line is felony crime. Are they negatively impacting our citizens by stealing from them and then using drugs in these areas? That's kind of the line.
I just see a lot of can of worms here that's gonna open up really quick, because we have communities that are watching these people and kind of raising hell about them. They don't like to see them camped out there for 6 months or all year round or whatever, and that's what's getting dumped on us, or me. I don't know about us, but me.
Yeah.
It's like, when are you guys gonna step up to the plate and do something about this,
Well, I think if we can get rid of the criminal element and then maybe start to deal with the other element, there's probably some other assistance programs that we can do to maybe help those people get out of the predicament they're in, rather than jail or charging them with some of these other crimes or taking their home out of the woods.
So that's why I've been kind of curious about, and I think maybe in some places on the federal side, they have areas where they kind of just turn their head and don't look.
Yeah.
I
A lot
don't.
of it's determined by public complaints, citizens calling us.
And I don't know where we're headed in the future, but I do see a lot of people living in the woods, and for different reasons, and I see a lot of issues.
Yeah, I think if we continue to let these trailers end up in the woods without us removing them, we're just creating more places for these folks to go to and live or commit crimes. We're kind of perpetuating that availability to them. So rather than letting it get any further than it's gotten right now, the hope is to kind of go in and start doing something about it. And this work session is trying to figure out what can we do and what's the legal way of doing it without getting us into a problem where now people are calling us to get rid of junk cars off of their personal property.
Or they're gonna pull trailers and cars out there behind you as you clean them up and park
Yeah,
them
or
and
just
drive away.
start dumping them.
So-
I don't want that to happen. I don't really know the right way to do this. That's why I'm looking to
Well, I applaud you
the
guys
smartest
for-
guys in the room.
I applaud you guys for diving in here and working on it. Like I said, I'm all for helping out whatever we need to do here, because I'm all for cleaning up the woods as well. I just see it, eventually it's gonna come to a point where, where's that line, and who are you gonna let live in the woods and who are you not gonna let live in the woods?
Well, that's on the elected officials to tell me where that line is.
No, that's on the Forest Service.
Yeah, that's on,
The Forest Service?
that's a little higher elected. That's federal.
Okay.
That's not us.
Oh.
That's those federal guys.
So if there's something based on this convoluted problem, if there's something I can do to go back and come up with some more info, figure some things out, and then
Yeah.
present this to you again, if that's what we need
So-
to do. then-
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so the one thing about the money is, and I would look at it at $10,000, $15,000 a year, isn't a huge amount of money. You know, who knows how many abandoned vehicles we'll actually get into when you start looking at it across the county. I get that. I know that the landfill is an enterprise fund. I also know that all three of us sitting here in front of you have control over that enterprise fund. So we can make whatever decisions we need to make in the future.
And if we need to set a cap on it, that's fine too.
Or not.
Or not, okay.
So, yeah. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I guess, you know, with James's input, so we're gonna have to kind of put something in the yearly budget for abandoned, property and garbage by people arrested in the forest, correct?
Well, there's two parts. So it does involve people that are actively living there and we've arrested them for some crime.
Right.
Then there's also the ones that have, their usability for being inhabited has come and gone because they've been trashed so badly and they've been out there for so long that they're no longer inhabitable and they're just simply an eyesore. But we want to get rid of those also.
Go ahead, James.
Mr. Chairman, there's, as has been noted by all of you, that this is a can of worms, and it's going to continue to be and will always be. There are a myriad of laws and legal things that would have to be overcome to do any of this. I just would offer as the Board of Supervisors that we can make the financial end of it to eliminate that as one of the limitations, one of the restrictions that stop this from going forward. I agree with Supervisor Humphrey in that any restitution, any repayment of those costs should be pursued. But we can eliminate the
Hopefulness of it coming back?
well, no, we want to get whatever we can to come back, but we can eliminate from all of the many steps and all the many things that are going to limit what we can do to eliminate the financial end of it, that can be addressed, it can be taken care of, and I know that this is extremely important to all of you, that you're getting constant calls about this issue and want to be addressed as much as we legally and possibly can. So financial end, we can take care of it and not have to worry about that going forward, under your direction.
Yeah, I think that you're right on that deal. The only thing that I would say is that we have to start somewhere, and this is a good start, I think. I mean, we've all been involved in cleaning up trash piles all over the county so far. The other thing is we're gonna have to have some kind of a message that me as a supervisor can pass on to my group of people standing there in front of me saying, hey, why did you do that? But there's 3 more of them around the corner over here. Why haven't you gotten those? So just keep that in mind between you and the Forest Service so that we can start addressing that or at least working with our people to say, hey, look, this is our first steps. We're going to cross these bridges as we go along here, but we need a message to give out to folks.
Yeah, yeah, 100% on board with figuring out which ones to address first because, like I said, the amount of time it's going to take to do one of these, we're not going to be able to just do a whole bunch all at once. We don't have the personnel to do that. And there are going to be people that say, well, you got rid of that one, but when are you going to do this one?
Right.
You know, I don't know if we create a list based on complaints or how close it is to the, you know, the trails that are most traveled. I don't know how to do that. I don't know what the best way of doing that is, but I'm kind of looking for some
Sure.
help in determining that from you guys.
Sure. Tim?
Yeah, and looking at the ones that, okay, if they're a criminal, we're gonna clean that mess up. If they're just living there because they have issues, well, sorry, we can't clean your place up because you haven't done anything for us to arrest you for.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of a line that we got to work with, and also too, I know that the Forest Service does contract for their garbage, you know, on the campgrounds and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and so would that same money with the Forest Service not help clean up some of these places?
I don't want to speak for Matt because
I
that's
understand.
for
No,
him
but
to
we're here
address.
to ask questions and things. So, I mean, as we create a partnership, you know, could that contract money for their parks and recreational areas be the same as just the wide open Forest Service, you know, I mean, it being their contract, their trash out, that's their trash, and I'm all willing to,
I think
I'm willing
if
to
we
help.
can, I
but
think if we can make this work to get rid of these bigger chunks of trash in the trailers,
That they'll deal
then-
with the
then
smaller.
It'll
chunks
start
of
going
trash.
that way, because we've got community groups and Jeep clubs that will go out and clean up huge sections.
Okay.
And they're just looking for somebody to help them with getting a
Yeah.
roll-off out there or getting it dumped. So I
Sure.
see this perpetuating and it growing into that, where we're not just paying just for the trailer and we're leaving the chunks of trash that there's somebody living. And my hope is that this grows into
I
that.
bet it does. James, you know, on the federal level, and I don't know if Matt would probably have an idea when they talk about, maybe that's something Patty can help in Washington, is look for grant money that's for these specific reasons.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, I will ask that question.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're dealing with homeless camps in huge cities.
Okay, they need to deal with us too,
Rural
Tim.
Rural Arizona.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Both
And
things.
I'm willing to look at
Okay.
what we can do to help, you know.
All right,
I-
is there anything I need to maybe bring back for another session, or do we need to put this into something for BOS approval at a meeting?
It'll have to go through on an agenda item, I'm sure, to actually roll it into.
Should I meet with you,
action.
James,
Yeah.
to figure that part out? or-
I think I've heard enough.
Yeah, something
To just
more
bring
specific
the
that
final.
we're voting on, you know what I mean? Not
Okay.
we're voting on
I'll work
this,
with
we're
Homer, we'll get it tightened up and
more,
make it an
more
agenda item.
tightened up.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Cole.
it.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
All right, on to 2D, information discussion regarding the federal program progress report. Maren.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good
morning,
afternoon, Mary.
Supervisors. Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it? Okay. I hope not to take up too much of your time. I know that you have other things to do today. And so you had requested an update on where we are with ARPA and LATCF funds. I'm glad to announce that we did receive the second tranche of LATCF funds last week or the week before, so that has been successfully received. And the ARPA projects that you have authorized and that have been moving forward so far are listed here, including the remodel of some of the Payson facilities, the Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat Center, the fairgrounds here in Southern Gila County, the digitization project that includes both the actual digitization itself and hardware for that, property acquisition, and then the brown segment at the top that doesn't have a label on it because it wouldn't fit is for vehicles. So this is just a little graphic that we have. We kept it simple like this for you so that you can refer to it when you're working with your constituents, and that we can also hopefully give this to Paul Walter Beck and Carol Broder in our Public Information Department to have it included in the annual report for you.
So, James, property acquisitions on this, is that kind of slated for the fairgrounds?
These are projects that have already been done, so that's the Cedar Street property in
The one by the
Payson.
jail?
The probation
Yeah.
building in Payson.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I do have a clarification. This is the original ARPA money, which was about $10.5 million.
Yes.
And so this whole distribution, 19% for digitization, and that is the component of $10.5 million
Yes.
that we originally got from ARPA.
So what we're looking at on this screen is $10.5 million.
Yes, this is
So
the
it's spent.
componentized, this is the way you've authorized it.
Okay.
Not all of
This-
it is done yet. You know
Go
what I
ahead.
mean?
How much money do we have left? I'm thinking we have about 3 million left.
There's about 2.5 or 3 million left,
Okay.
depending on how these projects all shake out.
And then that'll come back in front of us as a group to talk
Yes.
about for other projects?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, James.
Clarification that, that this, what you've presented here is a percent, that if you're saying that this is 19% for digitization of $10.5 million is roughly $2 million,
Yes,
something like
it's roughly
that.
2 million, yes.
But-
Some of it's already committed and is underway, and some of it is still theoretical.
When you're saying that there's $3 million, is that the number I heard? That
There's about
3
two
two
and a half left to
left?
finish projects, and
That $2.5 million is committed? Is this committed money, or is there $2.5 million that's not been appropriated, not been allocated by the board?
there's 2.5 million that is available to complete projects and or be allocated by the board. These are the original buckets that were come up with, and the funding that's been either allocated or spent as needed. And I'd be happy to send you more detail on that. We wanted this to be something that you could use, you know, when you're talking to constituents and staff, and to prioritize other projects also.
Well, I think, my opinion would be is sometime in the near future. I mean, do we feel pretty comfortable that the money we allocated for these projects will finish those projects? And then we could look at something new for the 2.5 million, or is it something we need to let that 2.5 million sit there until we kind of see where our projects are gonna fall out at?
I would have to defer to Homero, who's already gone. We would need to work with facilities much more closely to get a percent complete on the biggest projects here. And I know digitization is still about, what, halfway? So digitization's at about 50%. So having actual completion percentages in this would be a different presentation. I'd be happy to bring it back, maybe at an October work session with that updated information.
But we've already programmed all the money we need to digitize everything we need to do, right?
Mr. Chairman, we'll work with finance and we'll get the actual,
Okay.
what the list of projects, what the total budget is, what's been completed, spent to date, and then
Right.
what the projected amount is. So we'll break it out a little bit more to get the detail.
Yeah, because go ahead, Steve.
And- I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim, and then I'll make a comment.
No, go ahead.
Okay, well, so the way I kind of perceive what I'm looking at here is that, like, say, Payson remodel, 19%. And this is probably going to include the sheriff's department that we don't really have a figure on yet exactly. We're not exactly sure the options going forward. And so we still have decision-making that will occur. And the digitization, for instance, is estimated to be 19%. It may be above that, it may be below that. Am I perceiving that correct, Maren?
Correct.
Okay, so that's kind of what I'm looking at, that we've sort of kind of come up with a vicinity that may turn out to be that exact or less or more. I'm still waiting, and I talked to Michael this morning, so I'm anxious to hear our options when it comes to the sheriff's department remodel, and so that's kind of our next really big decision, in my opinion. So, oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, when we look at percentages instead of numbers, and we got $2.5 million left, what are we gonna do with funding to complete some of these projects, like the fairgrounds, like your project, like the sheriff's office, when this $2.5 million is gone?
Mr.
That's why
Chairman,
you make
That's
the
a
big
blank
bucks.
look on a finance person's face. That scares me.
My job is to report the numbers, not tell you what to do with them.
Yeah.
Go ahead, James.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Humphrey, as Maren pointed out, that we got the second tranche of the LATCF money. That's an additional $6 million that has not been appropriated at all. So there's additional funding that will be brought to you for consideration of these projects and for future appropriating of dollars to finish whatever or any new projects you might have.
So we kind of need to look at numbers, I would think, rather than percentages, and maybe estimated completion numbers, because you just told me we got $8.5 million to finish these projects and any projects that may come up in front of us.
Bingo. right? Bingo.
Yes,
Do we say bingo there?
bingo.
So I will
Yes.
plan to work with James and facilities to bring you back what you're actually looking for in this presentation.
Yeah, because
Good deal.
Yeah.
I'm sure any of these projects could take what, you know, who knows what. So, I mean, what we have to get in reality of is these projects that we want to work on with a budget of $8.5 million.
Mr. Chairman, so,
And share
yeah. Okay, so the Mickelson building, we're replacing the roof, but we haven't really figured what that's gonna cost to remodel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
That
under
I
contract.
bel- That's
City's
through
gonna
the
remodel
city.
this area.
Oh, it is,
The
okay.
city of Globe has $750,000 in a congressional appropriation that they have set aside for that.
Okay, so, bad example, the fairgrounds, we're not sure what it's gonna take to complete that, and so this is what we're saying. We still have some capital to finish these projects that we're not quite sure how much it's gonna take to finish.
Can you use an example out of my district?
Yes,
Please?
the sheriff's department building in Payson. That's gonna be a chunk of money.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yes, yes.
I said share it. I said share the 8.5. I wasn't trying to get all of it. Oh, geez.
Okay, so we will come back to you with more of what you're looking for. Some of the data is extremely granular. The wall in my office looks like urban artists. You know that term? Like urban artists went a little bananas with every color from the spray paint selection at Walmart while we were breaking these out and aggregating them for you. So we'll bring you back data that will be useful to you, but won't be so granular that you'll feel like we're torturing you.
You're doing great, Mayor.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate it, but like I say, in reality, we've got projects and we want to do infrastructure and we want to help the sheriff's office and we want to help everything, but reality, we've got a budget and that budget is getting leaner as these projects go forward with unexpected costs. So, you know, we need to kind of get back into reality that if we have to put a brake on, okay, that's fine. What do we need to get to a place where we can put a brake on with these projects? I mean, I'd love to do tons of things with the fairgrounds as an example in my district, but it's like, Tim, you got reality brakes.
Yes.
Okay, if I know that, that's a good thing.
We don't have enough money to get everything done Gila County wants to do. I'll just tell you that.
No, but like I say, in all reality, we have to start looking at where we need to put brakes on
Oh, yeah, we don't,
the projects that all of us love to do, because we only got $8.5 million to get to a stopping point on the
we
project.
don't want to leave a project hanging out there that's unfinished that we cannot use.
Like I say, we need to know where we need to stop.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of what the source of the money is and where it is, that it's an obligation. I feel it's an obligation of us as a county to appropriate dollars annually, whether it's from general tax dollars or whatever it is, to complete these projects. And so as we continue to work with the Board of Supervisors of prioritizing the projects, the money that we get from ARPA or LATCF is going to run out, but that doesn't stop the projects. They're going to continue on because the county's going to go on forever. And some of the projects that, like I know out at Central Heights, the roof needs to be replaced there. There's ongoing projects that we need to do, and we will continue to do those. We'll identify those through facilities, and we'll continue to look to annual appropriations through our capital budget as a part of the budget of the county as a whole. So,
James, I have a question for you on this, and I don't know why I'm thinking this. I might dreamed it, but did we use some of this ARPA money to help with the landfill expansion?
Mr. Chairman, no.
Okay.
That is an enterprise fund, and so the landfill, anything to do with landfill is going to be paid for out of the landfill's resources.
Well, I knew that in general, but for some reason I was thinking we might have tapped into this because we had the unexpected parts of the landfill expansion and stuff, so, okay.
Whatever, the landfill is going to pay for anything to do with the expansions, both in the north and the south part of the county. Both landfills they're gonna pay for it internally.
Good. LATCF funds.
So the local area and tribal consistency funds, the distribution calculation was based on the same ratio that the federal government uses to determine your PILT. So when you go to NACO here in a few weeks for the fly-in on PILT, it's the same ratio that determines that as determined this. And for this, we had 2 tranches of $6 million each. We just got the second one. We worked closely with our CPAs and with guidance from the Auditor General's office, because the guidance that came out with this funding was not particularly clear. What the guidance says is you can use it for any government purpose except for lobbying.
Right.
Right, one page of guidance, super helpful. So we worked with our CPAs and we worked with the Auditor General's office. We had several funds here in the county that were consistently running in a deficit, and they were funds that were providing services countywide that they're just not revenue generating funds. For example, facilities. Facilities doesn't get revenue, but the way that the accounting structure was built, 15 years ago, long before Mr. Menlove and I came on board, the way the accounting structure was built, facilities was sitting out there like an island and was looking like a sore thumb, like it was running in a deficit every year, and that's not how facilities works, right? Facilities provide service for all of us. They make sure your office isn't going to fall down. They make sure the AC's on. So we worked with our CPA firm in the Auditor General's office to properly account for this funding and to find a way that we could relieve some of those deficits since COVID to now, to relieve some of those deficits so that our financial statements show a more accurate picture of what it costs to run the county. And then James and I worked together with the folks in facilities and in public works and also in fleet and fuel to come up with a new way to structure the accounting system so that doesn't happen anymore. So you're not going to open our financial statements and be like, wow, facilities ran in a $3 million deficit, because that's just not an accurate way to share the information. So we used the funding, the first 5.1 million of it, to alleviate.
I missed, it went under your desk, but I'll get it.
Sorry.
No, don't, I'm sorry.
We used the first 5.9 million to alleviate those deficits and make those funds whole, so that you won't see these deficit funds on the financial statements. And then there's about $900,000 still from the first tranche, and then there's this new tranche of $6 million that we have available, and that's what we're here to ask you today. So what kinds of projects, what would you like us to bring you to consider with that fund?
I think what I would like to see is we have another work session where us three will bring you some projects to work with.
Awesome.
But I got a question for you.
Sure.
Or maybe James. So if we used some of that LATCF funds to bill out, let's say, facilities, I guess I don't quite understand that, because those funds are gonna go away, and then what are we gonna use? I mean,
Oh, so that's what, I'm sorry.
go ahead,
Shouldn't
Marion.
interrupt you. So that's how, when James restructured the accounting system,
Uh-huh.
facilities now lives in general fund. So you won't see that deficit. It won't be like this artificial outlier over here that doesn't get revenue, so it just looks like it's running in the hole. You'll be able to see the whole picture of what it costs you to run the general fund.
So is that where I think we had a conversation once upon a time about breaking out different parts of the county that actually pays for space, or comes out of their budget every year for space? Is that
All part of it, Mr. Chairman.
okay? Okay.
There are certain departments that are part of the general fund. It's just general appropriation, like facilities, that's servicing the entire county. And for some reason, in the accounting structure, they pulled that out and put it out here on an island. And then to fund that, had to do transfers from the general fund to that island that never took place in the past. And so we've had to correct that, we've had to fix that of what has gone on for years previous.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking at like 6.9 right now in LATCF funds. Cool. I will, go ahead.
New number, 9.4 million. Right?
Yes, right, because the 900,000 wasn't in your
Yeah.
original 8.5 that we were just talking about. You're right.
Okay, so it's getting better every minute. Thanks, Maren. I think we all have agreed from time to time that we not only represent our district, but we represent everything that's going on in the county.
Correct.
And so, if I may use once again a project in Supervisor Humphrey's district, the fairgrounds. The fairgrounds and other projects like it, I think we need to have a sort of a master plan to where this is about where the finish line will be. And as Supervisor Klein said, we can't just get halfway through something that still doesn't have any ability to function completely. So we need to look and say, okay, how much is it going to take to get to the fairgrounds to kind of this point that we consider good? We also can look at then Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat, who has been funded quite a bit with the state. So it's not on the same level of critical, in my opinion, as far as funding goes. It's got a lot of funding, and so then we just kind of have to look at all of those. So I don't have a list for you on how to spend 9.4 million, but I do think that we should at some point have another work study that says in order to finish this project, that project, that project, that project, we're looking at this kind of money. And then we can start making decisions on future projects.
You know, we could do it like the old days. We'll just split it in thirds and call it a day. How's that?
So
we
we'll
have
sell
to buy
lottery
3
tickets.
There's a lot of projects we got going, and I'm so excited about all of them. And some we still have unknown numbers out there and directions. We just purchased a property on Main Street in Payson that has a little house on it. And so what's the future of that look like? And do we need to consider that now or let somebody else down the road figure that one out? And so anyway, that's kind of, I've got a lot of ideas. Actually, I haven't shared yet. So let's get our current projects in order, and then we'll start working on future ones.
Are they in my district?
No.
Wait, are they in the Forest Service? Okay, so I will work with Michael to get on a work session in October or November, and then I will work with facilities and James to get you the presentation that you're actually looking for. And then we'll hopefully have some milestones that we can measure against dollars that will help you make wise decisions.
That'd really help, Maren.
Okay.
Yeah, that would help,
Good.
so.
Great.
James?
Mr. Chairman, we'll work to get those numbers to you sooner than the next
Oh, yeah,
next
yeah, I
available
can
work
get-
session, so you can have, this is the money we've had, and this is where it's gone to each project.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll get that to you sooner.
Yep, that we can get to you by the end of this week.
Okay.
Putting it in a format that is digestible in this kind of a setting is something I'm still learning.
It's all right. You're doing great, Maren.
I agree, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Maren. I appreciate all your effort.
Thank you, and I think that's, unless you have more questions, that's everything for me.
I think we'll have questions later when we get some more numbers, so.
Yep, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, thanks, Maren.
Thank you, man.
all right.
Okay, we're gonna move on to number 3, because I think there's some ladies in Payson that want to talk to us, and that is call to the public. So, who do we have in Payson? And, no, we'll eat up the whole day. We're good.
Hi, my name is Amy Doggett. I wanted to speak to you all today because we have something going on in our community, and I've been a member of this community for more than 20 years. And I've not seen this in our community before. This is something that's going on. It's the drag queen shows, and essentially these are popping up in Pine and Payson right now. and one is scheduled for our parks here in Rumsey Park over here. And this actually happens to be scheduled for the weekend that our soccer tournaments are starting. This drag show is, I would say, an inappropriate event to be having in a public space. I attended the meeting that was for the town council, and basically we presented our case that we asked that this event be moved from a public venue to a private venue so that our children wouldn't be exposed to this. And it was met pretty much with deaf ears from our town council members. And so I would like to actually show you that our Arizona Senate passed a bill on this. And our governor, she took it upon herself to veto it almost right away. I'm concerned that our government is not taking this seriously, that our children are being exposed to this over-sexualized event. And if it was a gay pride thing, if it was just a party for the gay pride, that would be a totally different issue. The fact that they're bringing in these people to dance, they're encouraging them to collect tips from the people who are coming in to view this. The fact that they're doing this in a public venue in the park where kids can be exposed to it, and they are shutting us down about, we've tried to work with them to actually have it moved. And so it's very frustrating for some of us that this issue is not being addressed. So I'd like to explain a little bit here about this law. This law that was passed by the state Senate that Katie Hobbs has vetoed, it actually was directly about sexual performances. Initially, this bill was made for the people who are performing these drag performances. They made them take that language out of the bill, but they made sure to protect parks, schools, recreation areas. They had to be 1/4 of a mile away from a church, all of these places. And so the fact that they shut that down, they saw that this was an issue, and the governor, one person, was able to override all of that and not protect our children is an issue for us. And so I would actually like to start with our county and have our county be the center of this issue, considering there's already been 2 of these drag shows in Pine. And this one is scheduled for September 30th at Rumsey Park. And there's a bunch of us who would really, really like to protect our children. It was difficult for a lot of people to get here just because of the timing in the middle of the week and stuff like that. So, but I'm following several different lines of people who are looking into different aspects of this. And actually, I would really like to have some sort of special counsel on this so that we can present evidence that we've gathered that this is not an innocent party. This is a sexualized performance that is aimed at our children. They're inviting families to come in. Now they've said, oh, we're not doing that, but that is not true. So I would like to bring it up with this council, with you all, because the town council is completely ignoring it, and I believe this is an issue for the whole county because it involves Pine as well. So that's my little spiel here, and I'm hoping you guys are going to listen because I really feel that this is an important issue that we need to address here.
thank you for stepping up there and giving us that information. And I know I don't have to answer on some of this, but I'm gonna give you an opportunity, Steve, because this is in your district. If you got anything you want to say to this.
Well, I will say this is a call to the public, so there's not a lot that I can say. I will say this, thank you for presenting today and having the courage to do so. And I don't think I can really offer much more than that right now in this meeting. But thank you very much for what you said and those that support your point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, there's no one here, no one on YouTube? Okay.
Got another one.
Oh, we got another one. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you tell us your name and?
Hi, my name is Whitney Jones, and I believe I sent you all an email yesterday. I would like to also weigh in my thoughts about this drag show issue that's brewing in our town. I agree completely with the statements that were just made. I am not okay with it happening at a park. I feel like that is very inappropriate, and I was under the impression that the Board of Supervisors is who actually approves permits, and I was hoping that we might be able to reach out to you guys, and I second the motion for a special session on this matter because I feel like it is important, and there is a lot of evidence that can be presented to you to show that the group organizing this drag show is not, they're not innocent. They're not doing what they say they're doing. In my opinion, because I work with predators on a regular basis, they're absolutely displaying predatory behavior, in my opinion. And the fact that they've been dishonest about it raises even more red flags. I reached out to their group personally and I spent half of last week calling various businesses to try and find them somewhere else to go, and they made it very clear to me that they're not willing to move. They're not willing to go anywhere else, and that their group, and from what I can tell, the town council is more willing to create some large, unrealistic budget to try and manage this situation and allow it to happen at the park rather than just preventing it and moving it and requiring it to be done in an appropriate setting. And I would like to ask you if you plan on allocating special funds to the sheriff's department to help manage that event, because there is not enough local police department to handle it. So in fact, there's not enough between the sheriff and the local police. There's been multiple organizations that have already discussed forming protests and counter protests and rallies, and I don't see why we are even having this discussion when there are other places that are more appropriate for this event to take place. And I would like a special session to discuss it. And I do feel like since you guys are the Board of Supervisors and have permit approval, I feel like there is a way that you guys should be able to help us on this. And it shouldn't be just left up to the town council, who is clearly ignoring the wishes of the people.
Thank you for your comments. Town of Payson is the one that approves their permits in the town of Payson. It's not us. So.
But your website does say that you guys approve permit use permits, and the Ramada use is a permit.
Yeah, hang on just a minute.
Mr. Chairman, these are called to the public, so they are just comments from the public.
Right.
Board of Supervisors not take any action or really do anything to respond to the comments from the public.
Right, but I feel like this is an adequate question for us. Like in downtown Payson, we don't deal with permits in downtown Payson.
And, so you do have the ability to respond to criticism. So here you could respond by indicating
that
the Board of Supervisors does not have any authority in regard to permits.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And the only other thing I would say is we have no county parks in Pine. So obviously that's going to be something on private property that we don't have jurisdiction over as well, is what I would say.
Chairman, you can.
Okay, well, what about the community of Pine? Because these events have already happened in Pine as well. So it is not just a town of Payson only issue. It is a community issue, and it is going to probably reach your community soon if it's allowed to happen here. I can't imagine why they wouldn't be trying to put it on at your park too.
So Pine is unincorporated. That's the difference.
Pine is not part of Gila County?
Yeah, it is, but it's an unincorporated town, basically. So there's no government in Pine except us, which only leaves private property, where on a lot of this we don't have jurisdiction. But I will say that maybe we can go ahead and direct staff to look into it a little bit more and see what comes out to be in. Is that kosher, Jessica?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, and stop me when I've crossed the line, Jeff. So I believe I'm hearing that we're being asked to look into perhaps a county ordinance that would deal with sexual demonstrations, sexual performances in public, not on private property. We don't have anything to do with that. Along with other lewd, riotous behavior. I recall the KKK being turned away in Payson a few years ago. Cross burning. We could go into a lot of different demonstrations that are socially on the edge. And so I think they're asking us to direct staff to see if there's anything available to alleviate these kind of concerns in a community.
I'm good with that.
Did I say that right? That's
Yeah.
about all we can do today.
Are you able to answer me, will any special funds be allocated to the local sheriff's department to handle this situation? Do you guys plan on using any of the money from your budget to allocate funds to them to ensure the safety of the public?
So,
Supervisors, I think you know the answer, Chairman.
yeah.
Okay.
So I wished I could, but under call to the public, it is just that. We hear concerns. In order to do anything more than that, it has to be rolled into an agenda item to discuss. And so that's about all I can comment on without Jessica really getting after it right now. So
Can this be made into an agenda item that is discussed?
we will look into it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. We're not done, are we?
No.
Okay, I think that is all for call to the public, and we'll go on to updates number 4. James, do you have any updates?
I do. On the 11th, we had a county managers meeting, of which I continue to be the chair of the county managers for Arizona, and discussed many of the priorities, many of the things that we'll be continuing on for the next year, establishing what our priorities are, and working with CSA staff for that. May steal your thunder, but had a meeting on the 16th in Pleasant Valley to review what work had been done with the ARPA money and the LATCF money, and what progress has been made there, and also with the $3 million that's been appropriated by the state legislature, and a probable of congressionally directed spending of about $1/3 of utilizing that and planning for utilizing those funds going forward in that site, because they are designated for spending on those sites. Had a meeting on the 22nd, a week ago, on the Arizona Local Government Employee Benefit Trust, our health insurance trust, and the trust is healthy and look to continue to do so. On the 23rd last week, had a meeting with the Payson Transportation Advisory Committee, and I want to express appreciation to the town of Payson for taking the Beeline bus system in the northern part of the county and having established that, managing that, controlling that, and thankful for the members of the Transportation Advisory Committee that are spending time to support transportation in the northern part of the county. Had a discussion with CSA regarding the legislative policies that we have proposed, the two of them that we've submitted to CSA for discussion at the CSA Legislative Policy Summit. And they are continuing to work on compiling that information so we can have all the background information, everything put together so we can have a meaningful discussion with other supervisors from throughout the state at the summit. And we will review those before we go into the summit so we make sure we've got everything that we need to have that discussion with them. We had gotten for the Intergovernmental Public Transportation Authority, we got a bid back from AECom about continuing that and getting that established, and that's the IPTA that is over transit throughout the county. Got a bid from AECom to continue with that, getting our IGAs with the other cities and towns established. That came back at $130,000, and after I got picked up off the floor, I said, there's no way that I can come to you as a board to say we can commit that much money. So we're having a meeting on the 6th with the other incorporated cities and towns to come up with a plan of how we continue on and getting the IGA written, getting that established so that the IPTA can be fully operating and functional within Gila County. That is on September 6th. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, James. Tim?
I'm good, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Steve?
Thanks. I'll be real quick. I was on KMOG yesterday, very positive. They have a new host, Steve Otto, and so that went really well. Had a lot of really good positive comments about our emergency management and several others. So, and then also last Tuesday I went to the Veterans Coffee Time, which is in Payson, always good. And I also wanted to let everyone know, if you don't, that Alex Kendrick, who's with our wastewater in the Payson area, was promoted, or promoted to civil engineer with Tom Goodman. So we had a little cake to celebrate.
Good, yeah, good deal. I only have a couple of them, and the one I mentioned earlier, I had a Zoom meeting with Coconino County on that, what they're proposing and wanting to take forward to the legislative conference, and that was on the emergency money through DIFM, and so we'll all hear more about that down there. And then the Valentine fire was a little fire on the Pleasant Valley side, 14 acres. They brought a team in. They were going to turn it into 10,000 acres. It rained, and they can't burn anything. And so it's in the middle of a prescribed block, so they're going to burn it a little later anyway if it dries out. Good turnout, though. It was a meeting last night, the community meeting in Christopher Creek, and there was probably 30, 40 people there, so it was a good turnout. And other than that, that's all I had, so I need to read this, don't I? Mm-hmm.
Chairman, supervisors, it's completely your call. I'm not sure if you want to table the item or if you want to move forward today.
If it's at the pleasure of the rest of the board, I would say we need to have this session.
We're here.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so let's go on to 5A, executive session items is information, discussion, action to vote to go into executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 for discussion and consultation for legal advice regarding an intergovernmental agreement with the Gila County Provisional Community College District, and for the board to approve direction to the attorneys. Jessica will be the one leading this, and so I'd entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And I will second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. We'll be back. Session, it is, what time, is it 10 after 2? Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that staff will conduct themselves as directed in the executive session, item 5A.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and second, all in favor, do so by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion carries and meeting adjourned. Thanks. Done.